Chapter 5972. Xinyan didn't wait for Lin Yi's reply before falling asleep. Lin Yi didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Was she too tired yesterday? That couldn't be. Xinyan went to school like normal yesterday and didn't do anything that drained her energy. Lin Yi had to continue practicing, so she went to bed early. Why was she so sleepy today? But since Xinyan said so, Lin Yi had no choice but to leave her be. He went out to talk to Meng Yao and started eating breakfast, but Lin Yi prepared a portion for Xinyan in a lunchbox. He'd bring it to school later. Lin Yi had delayed going to school as much as he could, but even so, Xinyan was still drowsy when she woke up. She followed Lin Yi to the car and fell asleep in the car again. Lin Yi, is Xinyan sick again? Can you give her a checkup later? Meng Yao felt that something was wrong with Xinyan. She hadn't been like this yesterday, when Lin Yi had gone to the tomb yesterday. Xinyan had woken up in high spirits, completely different from today. How could there be such a drastic change in just one day? All right, I'll check her when we get to school. Lin Yi nodded. They parked the car at school, and Xinyan had to get up no matter how reluctant she was. She couldn't just sleep on the side of the road, could she? She didn't have the ability to sleepwalk yet. Do you want me to carry you to class? Lin Yi asked, seeing how sleepy Xinyan was. Xinyan was almost tempted by Lin Yi, but she couldn't provoke Xiaolong in school. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. No need, I can walk myself. All right. Lin Yi didn't insist, and went to class with Xinyan. Xinyan's head was heavy, and her feet were light. She almost fell a few times, and when she reached her seat, she fell asleep before Boss Bai came. Lin Yi took the opportunity to examine her, and found that Xinyan's body, which had just recovered, was showing signs of weakness again. This situation surprised Lin Yi. Xinyan had been drinking the medicine Lin Yi made for her every day, and her body should have been getting better and better. Why was it getting worse and worse? Lin Yi frowned, not understanding what was going on. Xinyan had been so energetic last night. Why was she like this morning? Before Lin Yi could think about it, Boss Bai walked into the classroom and a new lesson started. Lin Yi saw that Xinyan was too tired, so he didn't disturb her. He took her notes and started making notes for her. It was fine if Lin Yi didn't remember these things. He was Boss Bai's special student, after all, and he only came to class out of interest. Xiaolong looked at Lin Yi and Xinyan, a dark look in his eyes. He didn't know how his brother Kong Mingming was doing in the Sky Elixir sect, and what kind of position he had. Watching his fiancée get close to another man really pissed him off. Kong bro, why don't you give your brother a call and ask him how he's doing? Panhu Wright suggested, noticing Xiaolong's displeasure. I want to, but I don't have the guts to ask. You know that House Kong isn't even a normal noble house. How can we talk to an ancient sect? Xiaolong smiled bitterly. When Kong Mingming left, he communicated with us through your hidden house you. If we go to the Sky Elixir sect directly, they might not even respond to us, and even if they do, we don't have their contact information. I can give you their contact information, but you're right. Panhu Wright nodded. How about this, I'll go back and ask around for you. Thank you, Xiaolong said gratefully. Xinyan didn't wake up until her afternoon nap. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the time on her phone. She jumped in shock. It's already noon? I've been sleeping all this time? Yeah, you looked really tired, so I didn't want to disturb you. Lin Yi smiled as he pushed a box of food in front of Xinyan. I bought this from the cafeteria. Hurry up and eat it, it's getting cold. There's also breakfast here. If it's not enough, you can have some. With that, Lin Yi took out the breakfast he prepared this morning. He saw that Xinyan hadn't woken up yet, so he asked Bai Weiduo to buy 2 boxes of food. He ate in the classroom. I'll eat your breakfast. I like your food. Xinyan took the breakfast Lin Yi made, a little embarrassed. Lin Yi's food was much better than the ones in the cafeteria. Xinyan had been living in Lin Yi's villa for a while now, and she'd gotten a lot pickier. Normal food didn't taste good anymore. It's up to you. Lin Yi smiled. In the afternoon, Xinyan was still in good spirits. She yawned a lot, but it was much better than the morning. After a whole day of classes, she went home with Lin. Coiling Tiger Wright discussed with his uncle and grandpa about Xiaolong when he got home. Coiling Tiger, it's best if we don't mess with that Lin. Him hitting on Xiaolong's wife has nothing to do with us. We shouldn't interfere, right? Yu Zhentian pondered for a moment before giving his opinion. You're right, but Kong Mingming is the disciple of the Sky Elixir sect's fifth elder. If he inherits the elder's position in the future, it'll be like a man ascending to the heavens. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, he won't be as strong as the Sky Elixir sect. He won't be able to go against them, right? Right. Coiling Tiger thought about it a lot, which was why he agreed to Xiaolong's request. Zhentian and Coiling Tiger are right, Old Yu said. However, if we call the Sky Elixir sect secretly, Lin Yi won't know. It's just a small effort. Coiling Tiger, don't go against Lin Yi on the surface. If Xiaolong wants to go against you, just watch. You can attack him behind his back, but don't let him have anything to use against you on the surface. Old Yu thought more. He already knew what happened to the hidden house Yu. On the hidden level, Zhao Qibing's kidnapping of Yuning wasn't a secret anymore. Lin Yi was able to walk out of the hidden house Yu unscathed, which proved the hidden house Yu's attitude. If the hidden house Yu couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, then what did the hidden house Yu have to go against Lin Yi? I understand. Right. Coiling Tiger nodded. How could he not know that Lin Yi couldn't be messed with? As a result, he kept a low profile in school. He knew that Han Jingjing had the notes, but he didn't dare to take it from her in public. What if Lin Yi found out and killed him? He wouldn't be able to explain himself. Chapter 5973. I'll call the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect now, said Old Man Yu. Yu Coiling Tiger and Yu Zhentian didn't dare to speak. They waited quietly on the side and watched Old Man Yu respectfully call the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect, Silkworm Transformation. Although Silkworm Transformation wasn't old and was about the same age as Yu Coiling Tiger, he was the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect. His status was respected. It wasn't something that Old Man Yu could compare with. Hello, I'm the old master of the Hidden Yu family. May I ask if the young master is here? Old Man Yu said respectfully to the person who answered the phone. He didn't expect Silkworm Transformation to answer the phone personally. Oh, it's Master Yu. The young master isn't here. What's the matter? Asked the woman who answered the phone. Oh, when will the young master be free? Should I call again? Old Man Yu asked when he heard that Silkworm Transformation wasn't here. Our young master has been practicing in seclusion recently. He's preparing for a big event. He won't be able to answer your phone for a while. If you have anything, you can tell me, said the woman. I see. Old Man Yu was a little puzzled. What big event was Silkworm Transformation preparing for, but he didn't dare to ask. So he said, it's like this. Isn't Kong Mingming from the Kong family accepted as a disciple by the fifth elder? Now the Kong family wants to know how Kong Mingming is doing recently, so they asked me to help them find out. Oh, that's it. I'll ask Kong Mingming to call you back, said the woman after listening. She was the personal maid of Silkworm Transformation. Her status in the Heavenly Elixir sect was naturally not ordinary, so she didn't have much respect for the disciple of the fifth elder. Okay, thank you. Old Man Yu said with a sigh of relief. Kong Mingming was refining the pill nervously at the moment. Success or failure depended on this. This was his second time refining the marrow and bone cleansing pill. The previous refining failed. The second refining must succeed. Because there wasn't much time left until the Silkworm Transformation's requirements, so he had to give it his all. Kong Mingming knew that his current status and strength were all given to him by the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation. If he failed to refine the bone and marrow cleansing pill, the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation would naturally not think so highly of him, and he would not be able to gain a foothold in the Heavenly Elixir sect. If Lin Yi was here, he would be very surprised because Kong Mingming was now a Heaven rank master, a yellow rank level 3 alchemist. This speed of leveling was simply akin to riding a rocket. Of course, in order to cultivate Kong Mingming, the Heavenly Elixir faction had fed him the Essence Gathering Pill, the Small Qi Gathering Pill, the Medium Qi Gathering Pill, and the Qi Gathering Pill. Kong Mingming's strength could be said to have skyrocketed. Very quickly, he became a Heaven rank expert and a Yellow rank level 3 pill master. The Qi Gathering Pill was concocted by the Xianxia ancestor. Otherwise, with the heavenly elixir factions heaven, earth, and man, although he could also concoct it, the success rate would not be so high, and he would not have had the time to give it to Kong Ming Ming. The fact that Kong Ming Ming received such care showed how important the bone and marrow cleansing pill was to the heavenly elixir faction, or rather, to the 5-element sect. In the secret room sat Kong Ming Ming. His forehead was full of sweat as he concocted the bone and marrow cleansing pill. Beside him sat the heavenly elixir factions heaven, earth, and man, as well as an old man that most people in the heavenly elixir faction did not recognize. This person was actually the Xianxia ancestor. The Xianxia ancestor was actually sitting here personally to supervise and guide Kong Ming Ming. One could imagine the importance of this pill concocting mission. Slowly increase the temperature, increase the intensity of the fire. The Xianxia ancestor ordered Kong Ming Ming. Kong Ming Ming carefully followed the instructions. Stabilize the temperature, continue to increase the intensity of the fire. The Xianxia ancestor continued to order. Kong Ming Ming continued to follow the instructions. The heavenly silkworm female servant did not find Kong Ming Ming. She only saw the 5th elder, so she passed the elder Yu's call to the 5th elder. I understand. However, Kong Ming Ming is currently doing something big. Once he is done, he might be able to communicate with the outside world without any obstructions. The 5th elder was a little relieved and a little emotional at the same time. If his disciple successfully concocted the bone and marrow cleansing pill, he would become the 8th elder of the heavenly elixir faction. Although his position would not be as high as the 5th elder, he would still be an elder. This was his disciple, so the 5th elder was naturally happy. However, think about how much effort he had put in to become an elder of the heavenly elixir faction. However, Kong Ming Ming's luck was good. Not only did he have someone to assist him in leveling up, but he also concocted a pill. This allowed him to stabilize his position as the 8th elder. All right. The heavenly silkworm female servant nodded and then left respectfully. She did not respect Kong Ming Ming much, but she was very polite to the 5th elder. In the heavenly elixir faction, the elders had a very high status. Other than the heavenly silkworm female servant, they had the highest status. As for the 5th elder, his eyes were fixed on the door of the secret chamber, and he was extremely nervous. All right, slowly retract the fire. Ancestor Xianxia shouted and said excitedly. Yes. Kong Ming Ming also felt that the pill was completed, so he quickly began to retract the fire. When Kong Ming Ming finished retracting the fire, the ancestor Xianxia didn't care about the heat and directly opened the lid of the medicine cauldron. Instantly, the room was filled with fragrance. The bone and marrow cleansing pill was successfully concocted. Kong Ming Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this moment, and he finally succeeded. He was going to become the 8th elder of the heavenly elixir faction. What Kong Xiaobo? They were all trash. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, he was just jumping around in the aristocratic family level. Would he dare to go against the ancient level? What was there to be afraid of if even the hidden level didn't dare to provoke them? Poor Kong Ming Ming still didn't know about Lin Yi's achievements during this period of time. He still didn't know that the hidden level didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi anymore. He still thought that Lin Yi was the same as before he left. Very good, but the quality is a bit lacking. Ancestor Xianxia looked at the bone and marrow cleansing pill in his hand excitedly, and then directly swallowed it. This scene made Kong Ming Ming dumbfounded. The ancestor Xianxia was also dumbfounded. This bone and marrow cleansing pill wasn't for him to consume. Didn't it have other uses? Why did ancestor Xianxia swallow it directly? Ancestor Xianxia looked at the two dumbfounded people in front of him and smiled. After I consume it, I can continue concocting. Although Zhao Ming can also concoct it, his skills are still not as good as mine. After I consume it, I can concoct a better quality bone and marrow cleansing pill. Oh! The ancestor Xianxia nodded. He was shocked earlier, thinking that ancestor Xianxia had suddenly changed his mind. Although it was ancestor Xianxia's turn to concoct the bone and marrow cleansing pill, Kong Ming Ming was also a great contributor to the Heavenly Elixir faction and Five Elements faction. Furthermore, the Heavenly Elixir faction and Five Elements faction had spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Making him the 8th elder was reasonable. Chapter 5974. Is that so? Yushu wasn't interested in the boots at all. Han Jingjing went back to her house after dinner, while Meng Yao, Yushu, and Xinyan went upstairs to sleep. Lin Yi didn't ask Xinyan to stay, afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from practicing in the middle of the night. Xinyan, on the other hand, was too embarrassed to stay anymore. She'd been helping Lin Yi with his practicing before. What excuse could she use now? Lin Yi went back to his room and called Boss Bai to tell him that he was safe. He then asked, "Master Bai, how is the inheritance in my body? Is there any news? I'm looking for information for you, but there's no news yet." Sigh, if only I was still in the Five Elements sect, but I can't ask them now. Boss Bai said helplessly. It's okay, there's no rush. Lin Yi said that, but he was still very worried. How about this? I'll call my second disciple and ask him if I have the chance. Boss Bai, naturally, understood what Lin Yi was thinking. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. His relationship with Xianxia wasn't good, but his relationship with Xianxia was very good. Boss Bai's alchemist had passed away a long time ago, and he barely taught him anything, and Xianxia's alchemy skills were all taught by him. As a result, he had always been close to Xianxia. It was just that they hadn't contacted each other for so many years, and he didn't know if Xianxia was still the Xianxia from before, or if he had turned to Xianxia's side. There won't be any side effects, will there? Lin Yi asked worriedly. I'll try. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, then it doesn't matter. Boss Bai laughed and said indifferently, at most I'll lose face. What's the big deal? Thank you, Master Bai. Lin Yi sighed, the former head of the Five Elements sect. He was the former master of the Five Elements sect, but he asked his former junior brother, and he might lose face. All of this was for him, so how could Lin Yi not dare to do it? If you can grow up, that will be my greatest joy. I still hope that we can return to the Five Elements sect together one day. Boss Bai said. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. Words of gratitude were unnecessary. It all depended on his future actions. Boss Bai hung up Lin Yi's call and hesitated for a long time before he finally called Xianxia. In the Five Elements sect, Xianxia and Xianxia's satellite phone numbers had not changed for many years. However, he had never taken the initiative to call them. He would rather forget about it. But today, for the sake of Lin Yi, for the sake of his disciple, he had to call Patriarch Xianxia. Old ancestor Xianxia was studying the pill recipe that Kong Ming Ming had brought back. It was a tier 4 pill recipe, and this time around, it was flawless. However, he was unable to refine it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If eldest senior brother Shen was here, he would definitely be able to refine this pill, right? Eldest senior brother. Are you all right? The profound truth patriarch only dared to reveal his true feelings when no one was around. Over the years, under the pressure of the profound earth patriarch, the profound truth patriarch did not dare to reveal his true feelings. He could only swallow his anger for the sake of the sect's grand plan. He could only cooperate with Xianxia. A phone rang. The profound truth patriarch thought that it was Patriarch Xianxia calling to ask him to return to the sect. After all, Patriarch Xianxia had been staying in the Heavenly Elixir sect all this time. However, when the profound truth patriarch saw the caller ID on the phone, he was slightly stunned. It was actually an unfamiliar number. Hello? How are you? The profound truth patriarch picked up the phone. Because the satellite phone number was special, the possibility of calling the wrong number was relatively small. Therefore, although he didn't know who it was, he still picked up the phone. Xianxia, is that you? When Boss Bai heard the profound truth patriarch's voice again, he was filled with emotions. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was young and brought Xianxia to refine pills every day. That time was always so happy. You are eldest senior brother? The profound truth patriarch's eyes widened. The moment he heard the voice, tears filled his eyes. He didn't expect that the person he had been talking about just now would actually call him. Yes, it's me. Xianxia, are you alright? Boss Bai asked. Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry. The profound truth patriarch had a lot of words to say, but in the end, it became that he was sorry because he didn't know how to express his current complicated feelings. Hee, it's all in the past. I don't blame you. Boss Bai laughed. He had already thought through what happened back then. It shouldn't have anything to do with Xianxia. He was just used. The person who did this should be Xianxia. No, it's my fault. I'm too cowardly. After so many years, I didn't dare to find you and bring you back to the sect. Sob. The profound truth patriarch cried loudly like a child. However, he didn't care. In the secret chamber of the heavenly elixir sect, no one would know. At this moment, Boss Bai also understood that Xianxia didn't walk the same path as Xianxia. His personality was still as cowardly as before. Although he had become the patriarch of a sect now, he was still a child in his heart. Xianxia, don't cry. I know what happened back then had nothing to do with you. Boss Bai comforted him. Yes. Hearing this from Boss Bai, Xianxia relaxed a lot. I came to find you this time because I have something to ask of you. Boss Bai was a little relieved. It seemed that his second junior brother could be trusted. Lin Yi's inheritance method should be settled. Eldest senior brother, please don't say that. If there's anything you need, just say it. It's not a request. If you want me to do something, just say it. The profound truth patriarch hurriedly said, but you also know that there are some things that I can't do with Xianxia around. Are you asking me not to target your disciple in the 5 Elements sect? It's not that. Boss Bai denied. I won't make it difficult for you. It's something else. That's good. The profound truth patriarch let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to go against the profound truth patriarch. The 5 Elements sect could be said to be completely under the control of the profound truth patriarch. He, the second patriarch, was actually just an empty shell. His force was only the heavenly elixir sect. However, it was only a force in the dark. On the surface, the heavenly elixir sect was still under the control of the profound truth patriarch. He couldn't do too much. Otherwise, the profound truth patriarch would see his flaws. He would be fine, but his 2 disciples would definitely be unlucky. Chapter 5975. Senior brother, you don't have to check this. I know. Although Xuanzhen ancestor found it strange why Boss Bai asked this, he didn't ask. Instead, he agreed without hesitation, I'll tell you now. You remember now? That's great. I'll record it. Boss Bai was a little excited. He didn't expect that what he had been worrying about for many days would come to him so easily. Xuanzhen ancestor still respected him as much as before and would do his best to help him. This made Boss Bai very happy. However, if it weren't for this, Boss Bai wouldn't have called to ask for help. This was a blessing in disguise. Okay, senior brother, you're talking about the inheritance of the original power from the virtual attribute to the real attribute, right? Not the inheritance of the ordinary inheritor? Xuanzhen ancestor asked. Yes, this kind of inheritance. Boss Bai nodded and said, the inheritor doesn't need to spend so much effort to understand the inheritance. You just need to go to the source of the attribute to comprehend it. I don't need to call you. There are 2 ways to inherit the power of the origin. The first is the orthodox way, which requires a series of complicated preparations. After consuming the marrow and bone cleansing elixir, you will head to the land of inheritance to inherit the power of the origin. This is a very complicated process. If you want to know more, I will copy it down as soon as possible and find an opportunity to mail it to you, Patriarch Xuanzhen said. Okay, then be careful. Boss Bai said gratefully. It was very dangerous for Xuanzhen ancestor to do this. Although Xuanzhen ancestor could go in and out of the 5 Elements sect's scripture pavilion at will and read the books inside, it was very difficult for him to copy the original power inheritance and mail it to Boss Bai without anyone noticing. According to Xuanzhen ancestor, Xianxia ancestor was basically in charge of the 5 Elements sect now. His spies were everywhere. If the Xuanzhen patriarch did this without telling the truth, he would have to work very hard. For example, reciting a section every day and copying it when he went back. Otherwise, If he took the book away directly, Xianxia ancestor would definitely be suspicious. Xuanzhen ancestor was focused on alchemy. Why would he suddenly be interested in the inheritance? Boss Bai knew very well that there must be something fishy going on. Don't worry. I'll be careful. All these years, Patriarch Xuanzhen had gotten used to living under surveillance. If it were not for the surveillance, he would not have been able to cultivate his own force in the heavenly elixir sect. By the way, what's the other way of inheritance? Boss Bai continued to ask. Another method of inheritance. It's a crooked path, but it's also a shortcut. Old ancestor Xianzhen said, that is to let the virtual person and the inheritor of this branch dual cultivate. Through dual cultivation, they can obtain the inheritance of the source power. The disadvantage of this method is that the inheritor must be a virgin. Otherwise, it won't have any effect. Oh? You can pass down the power of the origin in this way? Boss Bai was surprised. Is this method accurate? It should be accurate. That was what was recorded in the sect's ancient books. The reason why I remembered was because Xianxia had researched about this before, about inheritors. Xianxia is in charge. Xuanzhen Patriarch said, although this method is simple, it is not very realistic. First of all, the known inheritors are prioritized for that plan. It will be very difficult for you to find other inheritors. First Marshall brother, on your side. Who are you asking about this for? Oh, it's a friend of mine. I just want to know. It wasn't that Boss Bai didn't trust Xuanzhen, but he didn't want to reveal too much about Lin. It seems that only the first method is more realistic? That should be the case. Old ancestor Xianzhen nodded. First Marshall brother, don't worry. Wait patiently and leave the rest to me. Okay, then we'll keep in touch. When you're done, just call me. Boss Bai said. After hanging up, Boss Bai immediately called Lin Yi and told Lin Yi what old ancestor Xianzhen said. After hearing this, Lin Yi was shocked. Dual cultivate with an inheritor? What does he mean by dual cultivation? Lin Yi had to admit that his thoughts were a little devious. There were many types of dual cultivation, and Yanghua and Dragonesses was also called dual cultivation, but most of the dual cultivation in novels referred to dual cultivation in bed. I didn't ask about that. Since the inheritors have to be virgins, then dual cultivation should be. You know. Boss Bai said. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. His second wife should be an inheritor, and if he dual cultivated with Xiaoxiao, would he be able to fill up one of his void attributes? Let her become a real slave? But the Ice Palace's requirement for Xiaoxiao was to maintain her virginity. That conflicted with dual cultivation, so Lin Yi didn't know what to choose. But, isn't it a bit unrealistic for me to dual cultivate with 7 inheritors? Indeed, so I'm leaning towards the first method. But we'll have to wait for my junior brother Xianzhen to come back with a copy of the method. Boss Bai said. He's under Xianzhen's control right now, and he can't touch the core secrets of the 5-element sect. Xianzhen is also working on the inheritors, but Xianzhen doesn't know much about these things, and I don't either. Then what should we do if we dual cultivate? Lin Yi asked. I didn't ask about that in detail. If you're interested, I'll go ask. Boss Bai said. Okay, there's no harm in knowing more. Lin Yi nodded. After hanging up, Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Boss Bai's news was good news, but it wasn't anything. Dual cultivating with an inheritor wasn't very realistic for Lin. Even if Xiaoxiao was an inheritor, how long would it take to gather the other 6 inheritors? Even if he did, would they dual cultivate with him? Xiaoxiao would be fine, but what about the others? Lin Yi didn't want to do anything to force them. Plus, even if Lin Yi wanted to force them, would they be so easily forced? The inheritors all had ancient powers behind them. There was no way Lin Yi was going to force them. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided not to think about this for now. Instead, he placed his hopes on the first inheritance method that Xuanzhen mentioned. Chapter 5976. Chapter 2796, someone from the Holy Fist Palace. Although Lin Yi was suspected to be a sneak attack, but whether it was a sneak attack or not, it showed how strong Lin Yi was. Gu Xian believed that if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. Plus, he clearly felt that the skill Lin Yi used was the 15th move of the Heaven class. This skill could only be used by a Heaven-class mid-phase master, but Lin Yi was only an Earth-class mid-phase master. Lin Yi, I'll see you in the test. Zhang Naipeo finally held back and didn't attack Lin Yi on the spot. Firstly, he was afraid that he would kill Lin Yi directly and affect the test plan. Secondly, if he didn't use his ultimate move, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Yi. If Lin Yi took the initiative to attack him, it would be fine, but if he continued to attack his right-hand follower, then Zhang Naipeo would become a commander without an army. Oh, Lin Yi said casually. Zhang Naipeo humphed coldly and said to his other follower, Mo Ba, carry Mo Jio, let's go. Yes, gunslinger. Mo Ba's follower was scared. Lin Yi injured Mo Jio with one move, so he obviously didn't have much strength left. If he used another move, then he wouldn't be able to block it. Hearing Zhang Naipeo's words, Mo Ba was relieved. He carried Mo Jio and quickly left the restaurant with Zhang Naipeo. They came and left in a hurry, and didn't succeed in showing off. Gu Xian, you stopped me just now because... Lin Yi turned to Gu Xian and asked. Ah. Only then did Gu Xian come back to his senses. The scene just now really shocked him. He didn't expect that the legendary Zhang Naipeo, who killed a disciple of the Holy Fist Palace on the trial road, would actually be defeated. And the person who defeated him was an individual cultivator that he just met, an individual cultivator that he didn't pay much attention to. Before, when Lin Yi said that he injured Feng Nidian, Gu Xian was only impressed. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. After all, a long time had passed, and he didn't really see any godly skills, so naturally he didn't pay much attention to it. But now, Gu Xian finally understood why Lin Yi could defeat Feng Nidian. Before, I heard that disciple of the Holy Fist Palace also hit Zhang Naipeo once and became a cripple. I suddenly thought, Naipeo just stood there and let you hit him, would be a problem? Gu Xian explained. I thought of this too, so I didn't hit him. Instead, I hit one of his followers. Lin Yi nodded. He'd been thinking of getting rid of as many as he could. Naipeo had brought 2 followers with him this time, which was something he was wary of, but now that he'd gotten rid of one, things were much easier. As long as he formed an alliance with Feng Shisan in the test, they should be able to fight against Zhang Naipeo. He would deal with Zhang Naipeo, and Feng Shisan would deal with Mo Ba. Unless Mo Ba was on the same level as Lin Yi, Feng Shisan, an early-phase sky class, should be able to deal with him for a while. Yeah, although I don't know what's going on, but thinking about it, Zhang Naipeo didn't even make a move before the disciple of the Holy Fist Palace was crippled. This is very strange, and he took the initiative to let you hit him. I feel that this is very strange, Gu Xian said. That's why I stopped you, Lin Yi nodded. I'm worried about this too. This Zhang Naipeo is a disciple of the demon sect, and we can't use common sense to judge him. It seems that we need to investigate carefully. Don't worry, I'll try my best to find out, but the things I can find out are only on the surface. I can't do anything if it's too secretive, Gu Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Not long after Zhang Naipeo left, 3 practitioners came. They were obviously here to participate in the test, but one of them was alone. He looked like he was very unlucky, and the other 2 were on guard against him, as if they wanted to keep a distance from him. That disciple with the noob face is the disciple of the Holy Fist Palace. One of his companions was crippled by Zhang Naipeo, and because he has a grudge with Zhang Naipeo, the other 2 don't dare to get too close to him. Gu Xian explained to Lin Yi and the others in a low voice. Then where are the other 2 from? Linist. I don't know about that, but I have news about that Holy Fist Palace disciple because they fought with Zhang Naipeo, Gu Xian said. Young hero, why don't you come and sit with us? At this time, Feng Shizhong stood up and threw an olive branch to the disciple of the Holy Fist Palace. In fact, he was not stupid, but he was straightforward and honest. He also knew that Lin Yi and Zhang Naipeo were rivals, and he sat with Lin Yi before, so it was inevitable that Zhang Naipeo would treat him as an enemy. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, and this disciple of the Holy Fist Palace had crippled his companion, so he must hate Zhang Naipeo to the core. The disciple of the Holy Fist Palace was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to recruit him. The disciples of other sects avoided him, afraid that they would provoke Zhang Naipeo's revenge. He was thinking about whether he should continue to participate in the test when someone called him. "Hello. Are you calling me?" The disciple of the Holy Fist Palace pointed at himself and asked with uncertainty. "Of course, I am Feng Shizhong, a sky-class early-stage spiritual master, a disciple of the ancient Feng family. May I know your name, young hero?" Feng Shizhong asked with a smile. "My name is Li Siba. I am from the Holy Fist Palace, a sky-class mid-stage spiritual master," Li Siba said with fear and trepidation. Usually, the disciple of the Holy Fist Palace was very arrogant. Although the other party was a disciple of the ancient Feng family, he was only a sky-class early stage, so he would definitely look down on him. However, the situation was different now. Feng Shizhong took the initiative to talk to him, which was already giving him a lot of face. Young hero Li, sit down, let me introduce you to the others." Feng Shizhong pointed at Lin and said, "This is young hero Lin, a late-stage Earth-class master." Speaking of Lin Yi's strength, Li Siba's eyes flashed with disappointment. In his opinion, Lin Yi's strength was too low. Among the people here, Feng Shizhong was the strongest, but it was impossible for him to compete with Zhang Naipeo and the others. "Young hero Li, don't underestimate Brother Lin. Although Brother Lin is only a late-stage Earth-class master, he just destroyed a mid-stage Sky-class subordinate of Zhang Naipeo with one move. So, Brother Lin's strength is the strongest among us." Feng Shizhong also saw Li Siba's disdain and explained. He even respectfully called Lin Yi Brother Lin. Li Siba was stunned and looked at Lin Yi in horror. Chapter 5977. Li Siba, of course, knew how strong Zhang Naipeo's men were. They were real heaven-class masters, and Lin Yi could cripple them in one move? What kind of terrifying strength was this? He had suffered under Zhang Naipeo's hands before, and he knew how strong they were. Although he was also a heaven-class master, he didn't get the upper hand against two of Naipeo's men. If he didn't run fast enough, he might have been crippled. But he didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to cripple Naipeo's men, and he was still eating here as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. Li Siba greets young hero Lin. "Brother Lin, you are really my idol. Brother Lin, you may already know that our Holy Fist Palace disciples suffered under Zhang Naipeo's hands, and I thought there was no hope for revenge. I didn't expect Brother Lin to help me vent my anger. I'm so grateful." Li Siba looked at Lin Yi with admiration. "Zhang Naipeo and I are enemies, and I crippled him in the Ice Palace last time. It's normal for him to come looking for trouble. It's not like it has anything to do with you," Lin Yi said nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. "Damn, Brother Lin, you are so strong? You crippled Zhang Naipeo last time. Did you cripple Feng Nidian as well?" Li Siba suddenly turned to look at Feng Shipian. He didn't know why Feng Shipian was sitting with Lin. Didn't Lin Yi cripple someone from the Fengs? "Don't look at me like that, Brother Li. I know my cousin very well. He's arrogant and domineering. He tried to rob Brother Lin's treasures in the Ice Palace trial, and he got crippled by Brother Lin. He deserved it." Feng Shipian shook his head and said, "This doesn't affect my relationship with Brother Lin." In actuality, Feng Shipian wasn't an idiot at all. He came here to get medicine for Nidian, but he didn't show any hostility towards the person who injured Nidian. Instead, he showed friendliness. This was enough to show that Feng Shipian was the type of person who looked like a fool. "I see." Li Siba nodded. "Since Brother Lin is so strong, why don't we nominate Brother Lin to be our captain? We'll form a team and join the trial under Brother Lin's leadership." "I think it's a good idea." Gu Xian also admired Lin Yi and nodded in agreement. "Of course, I have no problem with that. With Brother Lin leading us, our team is like a tiger that has grown wings," Feng Shipian said with a smile. "Lin is my boss, I'll be fine," Chikuan said. Therefore, Lin Yi inexplicably became the leader of the group, which made him feel somewhat helpless. "By the way, Ci Ba, where are the two disciples who came with you from? It seems like he's on guard against you," Lin asked. Since everyone had elected him as the team leader, he wouldn't decline and just called Li Siba Siba. "Those two are from the Dark Palace, average strength, Earth class mid-phase. Of course, it's not that I look down on Earth classes, A master like Brother Lin is even stronger than us sky-class masters. Siba was worried that Lin Yi wouldn't be happy, so he added, these two were trying to get on our good side on the way here, wanting to join me and my disciple, but then we met Zhang Naipeo, and my disciple was crippled, so the two of them just kept their distance from us. A disciple of the Dark Palace? Lin Yi had heard of the Dark Palace before, back when Lin Yi came back from West Star Mountain. Lin Yi had heard of them before. All of a sudden, Lin Yi felt a headache. Lin Yi remembered the trip to West Star Mountain and suddenly felt like his memories were a little fragmented. There were a lot of things missing, but he just couldn't remember them. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge against the Dark Palace? Li Siba saw the frown on Lin Yi's face and thought that Lin Yi had a grudge against them. Do you need me to teach them a lesson? Nope, don't do anything stupid. Lin Yi waved his hand. I was just thinking about something else. It's nothing. Alright, Li Siba had wanted to show off in front of Lin Yi, but he didn't have the chance. After a while, more disciples came into the restaurant, some that Gu Xian and the others knew, and some that they didn't. The one that caught Lin Yi's attention was a female disciple from the Ice Palace. Lin Yi thought that either Zhao Qijiu or Yu Bing would come, but they didn't. In truth, the Sky Elixir's test was full of danger, and both Yu Bing and Qijiu were people that Lin Yi had asked Xiao to take care of. Naturally, Xiao wouldn't let them come to such a dangerous test. Plus, Xiao didn't know that Lin Yi was going to participate in the Sky Elixir test. After all, the last time Lin Yi participated in the Sky Elixir test was a coincidence, and Lin Yi didn't have much to do with the Sky Elixir test. At first, Lin Yi thought that he wouldn't meet anyone he knew in the test, but then the door opened, and a cool girl in black tiptoed in carefully, not greeting anyone. She found a corner and sat down. Lin Yi spat out the drink in his mouth when he saw who it was. Who else could it be other than Yang Qiqi? What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Yang Qiqi would participate in the test as well. What was she doing here? Was she here to trade for some medicine for her friend's illness? Bro Lin, what's wrong? Shipian asked curiously. Nothing, I just saw someone I know, Lin Yi said. Then tell her to come sit with us? Shipian said passionately. It's okay, she's a bit of a loner. We'll see. Lin Yi shook his head. Lin Yi understood Yang Qiqi's personality. If there wasn't anything, Lin Yi wouldn't bother her, lest she tried to kill him. After dinner, Lin Yi and the others went back to their rooms to rest. There were a lot of practitioners in the restaurant, and Yang Qiqi didn't notice Lin. She left alone after dinner, and it seemed like she didn't have any friends here. Naipeo didn't know if it was because he was defeated by Lin Yi, but he didn't come back down after he went upstairs. He didn't eat either. Bro Lin, what's this spirit beast of yours? Why does it look like a pet? It shouldn't be of much use in this test, right? Gu Xian was a knowledgeable man, and he found the spirit beast in Lin Yi's hand strange. Chapter 5978. But now, he had finally settled down. Although there were still dangers in his life, it was different from before. Lin Yi had a goal and a sense of existence. This was also the first time Lin Yi had looked at the 9th princess after Yuning. I've said it before, you are my team member. I will not give up on any team member. Lin Yi said. Qiqi suddenly felt that this sentence was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. She only thanked Lin Yi silently. She decided that if they could leave this place successfully, she would do everything she could to help Lin Yi find out what Lin Yi needed in Europe. Don't worry too much, there will be a way. Let's eat something first. Are you hungry? Lin asked. Yeah, a little. Qiqi rubbed her stomach. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to leave this place, but after hearing what Lin Yi said, she was really hungry. Then wait for me here, I'll go catch some fish from the lake over there, Lin Yi said as he stood up and walked towards the lake that the pig had pointed him to. Qiqi looked at Lin Yi's back and felt very conflicted. She felt very guilty. She had treated Lin Yi badly, but Lin Yi didn't care and helped her every time she was in danger. Qiqi wasn't someone with a heart of stone, how could she not be touched? Naturally, Lin Yi didn't know that Qiqi's opinion of him had changed. He caught 4 or 5 fish in the lake and quickly went back to where he'd come from. He prepared the fish quickly and skillfully before putting them in a clean place and starting to roast them. All right, eat. Lin Yi gave most of the fish to Qiqi, but only took one for himself. Why are you only eating one? Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed and asked. I'm a spiritual practitioner. He just needed to cultivate for a while. You are a physical cultivator, so your physical recovery is slower. Lin said. I won't hold back. Chi-Chi nodded. The difference between a spiritual practitioner and a physical practitioner was that spiritual practitioners could absorb the chi in the air and turn it into their own chi for their own use. Physical practitioners, on the other hand, had to train their body to achieve their goal. Although external experts, after cultivating a martial technique, could also use the surrounding spiritual chi for their own use when executing a martial technique. However, in terms of recovery speed, they were still inferior to internal cultivators. External martial cultivators exhausted their stamina slowly. This was because martial techniques used the spiritual energy in the surroundings. They did not need to use their own quintessence. There were pros and cons to both. However, if the external experts didn't use their martial skills, then they wouldn't be able to do so. Then, Naipeo's thorn arts would lose its effect. Naipeo's thorn arts could reflect 80% of the chi back to 240%, and if a physical practitioner didn't use any skills and just used their physical body to hit Naipeo, there wouldn't be a problem with the reflected chi. However, not to mention that the masters of the Holy Fist Palace did not know this situation before. Even if they knew, they could only hit Zhang Naipeo with the strength of their bodies. It wouldn't deal too much damage to Naipeo. After all, external experts were also dependable. He won by relying on his martial skills. This was also why external experts were no match for internal experts when they were at a lower level. Under normal circumstances, they would be stronger than inner sect experts of the same level. This was also because when external experts activated their martial skills, they mobilized the true energy around their bodies, unlike internal experts who emitted it from their bodies. The higher the level of external experts, the more spiritual energy they could mobilize, and naturally, the more powerful they would be. Young Chi-Chi had a good meal of grilled fish, and she sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the cliff. The sky was getting dark, but young Chi-Chi wasn't sleepy. She was trapped here, and she didn't know when she could get out. Lin Yi, if we can't think of a way to get out when the time is up, will the 5 evils chi invade our bodies and cause us to go crazy? Young Chi-Chi asked worriedly. I don't think so. I'll walk around again tomorrow to see if there's a way out, Linny said. Okay. Young Chi-Chi nodded. She didn't know why, but after going through so many things with Lin Yi, Young Chi-Chi trusted him more and more. Lin Yi's words made her feel at ease. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and Lin Yi left to look for a way out. But after walking around for half a day, Lin Yi couldn't find a way. It seemed that Tian-chan was very familiar with this place, and if she said there was no way, then there was no way. If Tian-chan was here to accept the inheritance, then she must know a lot more about the 5 Evils Mountains than he did. And so, Lin Yi gave up after not finding a way. He turned back to the lake and continued to catch fish. After catching a few fish, Lin Yi went back to the place where he and Yang Chi-Chi were, and continued grilling fish. Yang Chi-Chi saw that Lin Yi was back, and couldn't just sit around and enjoy the fruits of his labor. What can I do for you? Why don't I clean up these fish? It's fine, I'm used to it. Just wait. Lin Yi shook his head, and started cleaning the fish with practiced ease. Yanjing City. A pack of cigarettes was quickly finished by Tianli. He tried his best to reduce the amount of cigarettes he smoked, but it didn't take long before there was only 1 pack left. Tianli picked up his phone, and was about to call Mr. Lang when his phone rang first. What surprised him was that it was Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang, I was just about to call you. Tianli smiled as he picked up the phone. Mr. Liu, are you panicking? You gave me the money, afraid that I'd run away? Xiaochun smiled brightly. How could that be? Mr. Lang and I have a strategic partnership, and our medicine business is worth a few $100 million a year. Mr. Lang wouldn't be interested in $30 million. Tianli really didn't think that Mr. Lang would lie to him. On one hand, it was the hypnotist's work, and on the other, the 2 companies would be doing business for a few $100 million a year. Mr. Lang wouldn't be interested in this small amount of money. I was just joking, Mr. Liu. I have good news for you. Xiaochun changed the topic. Oh, what good news? Do you have more cigarettes? Tianli paused and asked. Chapter 5979. It's already booked? None left? Tianli asked shocked. Mr. Lang, I can't do that. You have to at least leave some for me. I'd rather make less money than keep some for myself. But the profit is very high. The price of a carton of cigarettes is about 10,000 yuan. I can sell it for more than 20,000 yuan. This batch of goods has a total of 2,000 cartons. Once I sell it, I can make a profit of 200%. Xiaochun said. We invested 30 million, including the money we used to bribe the gangsters when we smuggled them in. That's 50 million worth of profit. That won't make much of a difference. Leave me 20. Tianli had thought that the cigarettes would be expensive, but it didn't seem too expensive after hearing the price. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked for more. 20? I'll try my best then. 10 should be fine, 20 depends on the situation. Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and said, By the way, Mr. Liu, let's split the money we earned, about 13 million yuan each. Shall I transfer it to your company's account? Just this one deal? You won't do it again in the future? Tianli paused. The profit was very tempting to him. He was the conservative type. He could keep his business, but starting a business was a bit difficult. Naturally, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Plus, these cigarettes had already become his daily necessities. If he didn't have these cigarettes, he couldn't imagine how he would be able to endure it. So, subconsciously, Tianli hoped that this deal would continue. Crossing the border once and bribing the gangsters is too much. This time, I'm still using my connections. Next time, they'll probably have to pay 20 to 30 million before they're willing to help us smuggle the boats. That way, there won't be much profit. I'm thinking about doing it once and then forget about it. Mr. Lang said, After all, our capital is limited. It's just a little bit. It's meaningless to do it again. Is that so? Tianli didn't understand the details of smuggling either. He had always been doing proper business, and even when he was importing, it was through the official customs channels. He had never asked a smuggler to use a boat to smuggle, so he believed what Boss Lang said. But Tianli wasn't quite satisfied. Then should we increase the amount we import each time? Should we talk to those smugglers again? It's not impossible. Firstly, I'm afraid that it will take up too much of Director Liu's funds. Secondly, I'm afraid that Director Liu will think that this business isn't a proper path and you won't be interested in it, Director Lang said. I can look into the funds, but as for this business, I'm not interested in such a huge profit. How is that possible? Tianli said, How about this, Mr. Lang? Where are you? I'll go find you and we can talk about it in detail. I'm in the hotel. I'll take Xiao Chui to your company to talk about it. I'll bring you some cigarettes on the way, Xiaochun said. All right, I'll be waiting for you at my company, Mr. Lang, Tianli said quickly. Half an hour later, Xiaochun and the hypnotist appeared at Tianli's company, and naturally, Tianli welcomed them warmly in the guest room. Mr. Lang, you're the best. This business has brought in such a huge profit in just a few days. Tianli wasn't someone who hadn't seen a lot of money before, but to be able to earn so much in just a few days, this speed was not to be underestimated. It's nothing. If it weren't for Director Liu's support, I wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Xiaochun waved his hand with a smile. But it's not impossible for us to continue investing. Yes, the more you invest, the greater the return. For example, if you invest a few 100 million, the return will be even greater. Cui Mianshi said, not missing the opportunity. That's right, then let's invest 500 million. Let's hope we can earn more money. Tianli didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had a strong desire to invest. He didn't even think about it before saying it. That's fine, then let's sign another contract and continue this business, Xiaochun said. All right, no problem, I'll start raising the money in the next 2 days. Tianli's company didn't earn much after becoming the agent of Miracle Dr. Guan's company, but the cash flow was still very strong. When Lin Yi was treating Jinhu, it was hard for House Liu to gather 100 million, but now, 500 million wasn't a problem at all. Although most of it was from Miracle Dr. Guan's company, they could still use it once in a while. After all, Lin Yi trusted House Liu a lot. He never checked the accounts or anything like that, so Tianli still had a lot of room to maneuver. The contract is still the same as last time, just changing the numbers, Cui Mianshi said as he took out a contract from his bag and passed it to Tianli. Tianli nodded and looked at the contract. It was the same as last time, but the investment amount wasn't confirmed yet. No problem, I'll sign it now and help you raise the money. Tianli nodded and looked at the contract briefly. Since they had worked together many times, Tianli didn't suspect anything and signed the contract right away. In the next few days, Tianli started to raise money for Xiao Chun. He used the money from the company to buy the medicine for Miracle Dr. Guan's company and some of the money from the customers and transferred it to Mr. Lang's account. With cigarettes, Tianli's life in the future would be very comfortable. He would smoke every day, fantasizing that the 500 million would turn into 1 billion. If that happened, who would doubt his ability to expand? However, in less than 2 days, Xiao Chun called him again. Mr. Liu, it's me, Xiao Chun said. Mr. Lang, what's up? How's the organization of our goods? Tianli asked. The goods are pretty much organized, but there's something else I want to discuss with you. We're going to do it, how about a big one? Xiao Chun asked. A big one? What do you mean? How did you make it big? Tianli paused. How about this, I'll go with Cui, and we'll talk about it in your company. Xiao Chun said. All right, I'll wait for Mr. Lang's arrival at the company, Tianli said quickly. This time, Xiao Chun and Cui Mianshi came very quickly. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up, they arrived at Tianli's company's guest room. Chapter 5980. Qibing didn't think that Yui would be so stubborn. No matter what he said, he'd be so cold and indifferent. He had no choice but to say, Fine, I'll leave then. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. Yui snorted coldly and answered Qibing's question. Qibing had no choice but to turn around and get in the car. He said to Qikuan, You drive, my head is broken. Serves you right, who told you to be a busybody? Qikuan said sarcastically as he got in the driver's seat, started the car, and left quickly. Mr. Yui, why did you help me? Lin Yi was injured, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't speak. With curiosity, Lin Yi asked. But Yui didn't give Lin Yi any answer. He turned around and left. Yui's sudden arrival, help, and abrupt departure confused Lin. But among the people present, there was one person who understood why Yui would help, and that person was Yushu. But Yushu couldn't reveal anything. She squatted down and held Lin Yi's hand. Shield bro, how are you? Yeah, Lin Yi, how did you get hurt like this? I'll carry you back to your room to heal. Meng Yao said quickly. Okay. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even if he went back to his room, he wouldn't be able to heal. He couldn't use the arts, so how could he heal? Even with General Wei Wu and Skybolt Pig, the two spirit beasts from the same sect, Lin Yi couldn't get pure energy from them with his practitioner's art suppressed. It was a dead end. If Qibing hadn't suggested breaking Lin Yi's dantian, Lin Yi could have used the Qi gathering pill to level up and break through to Sky class. Then he could have used the art of dragon mastery to heal his meridians. Even if he didn't have the pill, he could use General Wei Wu or Skybolt Pig to recover, but Qibing had messed up Lin Yi's plans. One had to admit that Qibing was quite the schemer, putting Lin Yi in a very difficult position. Meng Yao and Yushu carried Lin Yi back to his room, helpless. But Lin Yi smiled and comforted. Shu, why are you wearing the mid-level golden cicada underwear? Lin Yi remembered that he had put away the mid-level golden cicada underwear after coming back from the Sky Elixir sect. He didn't think that Shu would have taken it out. Luckily, she wore it, or he wouldn't have been able to take that punch from Qibing. Although Yui had stopped Qibing, it had to be said that the mid-level golden cicada underwear played a decisive role. As for Yui's appearance, although Lin Yi didn't understand, he was grateful. If it wasn't for him, Qibing would have turned his target to Meng Yao. Yushu had the mid-level golden cicada underwear, but Meng Yao didn't. If Qibing really hit Meng Yao, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I don't know. Shu thought it was fun, so I put it on. I didn't think that Prophet Shu was this good. Yushu didn't know that Lin Yi couldn't recover, so her tone was relaxed. There wasn't a trace of sadness. I see. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Yushu told him to be careful before he went to the hidden house Zhao's banquet. He didn't think much of it, but now it seemed that Yushu's prophecy ability was really. At that thought, Lin Yi regretted trusting Qikuan too much. After all, even Qikuan could make mistakes sometimes. But this time, Elder Zhao was willing to sacrifice 200 million to join Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi really didn't expect him to play tricks like this. Shield bro, I'll be leaving with Yao Yao first. You can heal yourself first. You can tell us what happened today after you're healed, Yushu said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Yushu was about to pull Meng Yao away when Meng Yao stopped in her tracks. Wait, what's wrong, Yao Yao? Yushu blinked. Meng Yao turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Wait, Lin Yi, are you hiding something from us? Your injuries? Are they serious? The miss was very clever. Other than the time he resigned, when Lin Yi was injured, he always recovered quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover, Lin Yi's broken arms and legs would recover. But Lin Yi had been home for a while now, and his injuries didn't seem to be recovering at all. Plus, Lin Yi didn't ask for General Weiwu or Skybolt Pig to come. This made Meng Yao suspicious. Lin Yi's injuries might be more serious than she thought. Oh yeah. Yushu reacted as well, frowning. Shield bro, what's going on? Seeing the Miss and Shu's expressions, Lin Yi knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. They were starting to get suspicious. Lin Yi could only tell them the truth. That's right, this time, it's more serious than I thought. I'm temporarily crippled. Lin Yi didn't hide anything from these two girls who were closest to him. Lin Yi knew that even if House Zhao could lie to him, Meng Yao and Yushu wouldn't. So, Lin Yi told them what happened today. When Meng Yao and Yushu heard that Lin Yi was poisoned, they were shocked and uneasy. Even Lin Yi couldn't cure the poison. What could they do? Besides, Lin Yi's dantian was broken, and no medicine would work on him. It was the same as walking on the road to death. Don't worry, it's serious, but it might not be as bad as you think. Maybe there's a solution. Lin Yi saw their sad expressions and smiled. Do me a favor, call Guan Xueming, Professor Guan, and then call Boss Bai and Mr. Bai. Tell them to come to the villa and think of a solution. With Grandpa Guan's medical skills, the wounds on my body won't be a problem for him. It might take a while to recover, but it'll be fine. As for the meridians and dantian, I'll need Mr. Bai's help. There's almost no hope of curing the poison. I can't get the food from Zhao Qibing and I can't analyze it. Yeah, I didn't think that Zhao Qikuan would betray us too. Meng Yao complained. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have gone to the banquet. Chapter 5981. Qian Peguang's words were meant to mock the Blood Cloak ancestor. However, he hadn't expected that the Blood Cloak ancestor would nod his head and say, "That's right. The Blood Cloak Yellow Spring sect does have a strong background and a strong backer. Of course, we are not afraid that someone will come to seek revenge." Qian Peguang was slightly stunned and then laughed even harder. Did you hear that? These three old guys said that they have a backer and a strong background? I say, have you heard that the Blood Cloak Underworld sect has a strong backer? No. Dongfang Bideo simply shook his head. What about our friends from the Everyday and Everyday sect? You are one of the oldest ancient sections. Have you heard of the Blood Cloak Underworld sect's backer? Qian Peguang turned to look at Pure Yang Heavenly Venerate and continued to ask. Pure Yang Heavenly Venerate also shook his head. Blood Cloak Ancestor, you are really funny. At this time, you still want to lie to us. Do you think that we are stupid and believe that Lin Yi can fight people of a higher level? Do you think we will believe it a second time? Qian Peguang said mockingly, since you have a backer, we won't kill you first. We'll give you a chance to ask for a backer. Call your backer out and we'll talk to him. Let's see what kind of idiot dares to be your backer. Okay, that's fine. The blood-clothed ancestor nodded seriously. Then he said nothing more. After listening to Blood Cloak Ancestor's words, Qian Peguang was stunned, but he still waited patiently for the next part. However, after waiting for a long time, Blood Cloak Ancestor did not continue to say anything, so he asked impatiently, "Where is he? Your backer? Why aren't you moving?" "He is far away but close at hand." Blood Cloak Ancestor made an introduction gesture and pointed at Lin Dongfang. At this moment, Lin Dongfang was sitting with his back to the people, So these people had been in for so long and directly ignored him. What? Qian Buguang's eyes widened, and then he laughed until he was out of breath. Ah, I say, are you guys serious? You randomly found a village man and told me that he is your backer? Don't tell me this old farmer is your backer? Yes. Blood Cloak Ancestor nodded and said, Mr. Dongfang is the boss behind the Blood Cloak underworld sect. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Buguang almost burst out laughing. Mr. Dongfang? Don't tell me he's from the Dongfang family? The head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Bidao, is here. Oh no, his name is Dongfang. As for his surname, you don't deserve to know. Ancestor Blood-Clothed said faintly. Lin Dongfang had never publicly revealed his name in the ancient times. Only a few people who were close to him knew his name. Really? Mr. Dongfang, then stand up and show us why you dare to be the backer of the Blood Cloak underworld sect. Since you are the boss behind the scenes, we will let you pay for this. Qian Buguang still did not believe that Lin Dongfang was the backer and the boss behind the scenes of the Blood Cloak underworld sect. The reason was very simple. In his opinion, the old farmer was a temporary scapegoat found by the Blood Cloak underworld sect. Perhaps Ancestor Blood-Clothed and the others were delusional enough to push this person out so that they could be killed by Qian Buguang and the others so that they could avoid their punishment. They underestimated the intelligence of Qian Buguang and the others. Well, since you all want to talk to me, then I will talk to you. Lin Dongfang smiled slightly and stood up from his seat. At this moment, the laziness of a village doctor was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of domineering and indifference of a superior. Hearing old Lin's pretentious words, Qian Buguang laughed again. Behind him, the people who came with him were basically thinking that the old farmer was a scapegoat found by the Blood Cloak underworld sect. However, the old farmer did not know that he was about to die. Lin Dongfang stood up and slowly turned around. His bright eyes stared at the people who came to the grocery store. There were new faces and old faces. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. Who you are? The first person who recognized Lin Dongfang was actually Zhong Pingliang. But it was no wonder. How could he forget the person who killed him with one punch? What a terrifying memory it was. He, the Mad Dragon Ancestor, a peak late-stage heaven-class great perfection expert, was actually killed with one punch? Who would believe it? However, this had really happened and existed more than a decade ago. During the years in the tomb, the person in front of him was the Mad Dragon Ancestor's nightmare. Even after the Mad Dragon Ancestor came back to life with Zhong Pingliang's body, the person in front of him was one of the people he didn't want to see the most in his life. Yes, it was too tragic. Zhong Pingliang looked at the person in front of him and didn't even have the slightest intention to fight back. This was the absolute difference in strength, an insurmountable moat. It was different from the grudge between him and Lin. Zhong Pingliang and Lin Yi, no matter what, had the same starting line. They were both high school classmates. He felt that he had the ability to kill Lin Yi, but this person in front of him, Zhong Pingliang, felt that even if he trained for 100 years, it would be a waste. Even if he really ascended to heavenly Dao, he probably wouldn't be this person's opponent. After all, this person was said to be a heavenly Dao master 10 years ago, or maybe even higher. Lin Dongfang looked at Zhong Pingliang suspiciously. He didn't know this person, nor had he seen him before, but he did see the person next to Zhong Pingliang. Kuang Yo, right? I haven't seen you for more than a decade. What are you doing here? Lin Dongfang smiled at Kuang Yo Ancestor and asked. Kuang Yo Ancestor broke out in a cold sweat. He also recognized who this person was. Wasn't this one of the killer Vajra? Why was he here? Didn't he disappear? Did he bring a group of people to heavenly Dao? But no matter how Lin Dongfang appeared here, Kuang Yo Ancestor was trembling in fear, but he didn't dare to ignore Lin Dongfang's question. He had no choice, his mind raced. Kuang Yo Ancestor suddenly saw the bucket of soy sauce in the grocery store and was overjoyed. He quickly said, Mr. Dongfang, I'm here to buy soy sauce. Chapter 5982. The reaction of the Mad Bull Patriarch made the people present stunned, and his performance finally made Dongfang Bidao and another elder of the Black Horse Club, who was silent all the way and did not say a word, recognize Lin Dongfang. Of course, it was not that they didn't want to recognize him before, but they didn't dare to recognize him. After all, there were too many similar people in this world. They didn't want the person in front of them to be that person. If the person in front of them was that person, then he was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Bloodshirt Underworld sect. Then what revenge could they take? It was good enough to go back. This little friend, do we know each other? Lin Dongfang looked at Zhong Pingliang and asked with some doubts. Among them, in addition to Zhong Pingliang, Qian Buguang of the Black Horse Club, and the pure Yang Tianzuan of the Day and Everyday sect, he had an impression of the others. He had seen them more than 10 years ago. Zhong Pingliang said the word, "I," 3 times, and he was so scared that his legs went soft, and his eyes went black. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainted. He was scared and fainted. Lin Dongfang was stunned. He had never seen the little friend in front of him, but this person fainted directly, which made Lin Dongfang very puzzled. Let's go out and talk. Lin Dongfang didn't want to expose his identity in the village, which was not in line with his purpose of living in seclusion, so he didn't wait for anyone to speak, and took the lead to go out of the grocery store, and the Bloodshirt ancestor, the Yellow Spring ancestor, and the Insen ancestor followed him out of the grocery store. The Mad Bull ancestor looked at Zhong Pingliang, who fainted on the ground, but he wouldn't laugh at him. After all, the big brother, the Mad Dragon ancestor, died under the fist of this person. It was inevitable that he would be scared when he saw the person who sent him to heaven again. Picking up Zhong Pingliang, the Mad Dragon ancestor took the lead to go out of the grocery store. Although the pure Yang Tianzuan had never talked to Lin Dongfang in the past, he had seen this person's appearance and ruthlessness from a distance, so he was also scared at this time. Seeing the Mad Bull ancestor go out, he quickly followed. The remaining Dongfang Baidao and the elder of the Black Horse Club also followed out of the grocery store. The president of the Black Horse Club, Qian Buguang, was very inexplicable at the moment. What was wrong with these people? Why didn't he say anything when he saw an old farmer from the mountains? Could it be that this old farmer was an expert? But even if this old farmer is a peak late-stage heaven rank expert, is there a need to be so afraid? Including this old farmer, the Bloodcloth Yellow Spring sect only had 3 peak late-stage perfect experts and 1 peak late-stage perfect expert. On their side, they had 4 peak late-stage perfect experts and 1 peak late-stage perfect expert. The advantage was very obvious. However, since everyone had left, Qian Buguang could only be the last to leave the grocery store with doubts in his mind. Only Widow Wang, who had sold a bottle of soy sauce at a sky-high price, was left behind. She looked at the group of people leaving in confusion. Just now, Ancestral Master Wild Bull had bought a bottle of soy sauce and had given her 100 yuan. Widow Wang was stunned for a long time. When she came to her senses, these people had already left. Widow Wang felt that they were filming a TV show. What kind of sect was this? Was this a martial arts movie? After all, these things were too far away for a rural woman like her. She had never thought that these things were real, so she just threw them to the back of her mind. In her opinion, old Lin was probably a guest actor. Otherwise, how could he scold these people with just a few words and make them so scared that they didn't dare to speak? This must have been planned in advance in the script. Otherwise, how could a village doctor have such great ability? Thinking about how she had sold a bottle of soy sauce, she wondered if she would have a chance to appear on TV. If there were really scenes of her on TV, then she would be famous. Thinking of this, Widow Wang suddenly became proud. She hummed a little tune and kept the 100 yuan. Of course, she was really ignorant. There wasn't even a cameraman here. How could it be a TV show? But she didn't have much experience, so how would she know these things? Therefore, she was prepared to see old Lin again and ask him when the TV show would be aired. Lin Dongfang took the lead and walked in front. His pace was very fast. Although he wasn't a practitioner, his speed wasn't slow. Very soon he arrived at West Star Mountain, not far from the fountain. Lin Dongfang came here with a plan. After all, there were so many people, and with his current stamina, he couldn't beat all of them. At most, he could beat 2 or 3, but after that he would have to drink the fountain water to replenish himself. Otherwise, his body would be abnormally weak like air gooden. At that time, his weakness would be exposed. So this fountain water was used to save his life. Since there was no one else here, Lin Dongfang decided to be frank. He looked at the people behind him and said, "The three ancestors of the blood-clothed underworld sect are my servants. What they do is also tacitly approved by me. If you have any opinions, you can tell me." At this time, Pin Liang had finally woken up after the long journey of Master Kuang-Yo, but after hearing Lin Dongfang's words, he almost fainted again. He quickly said, "No objections, no objections. How could we have any objections? Why didn't you say so earlier? Bloody Shirt, Yellow Spring, In Sen, you're all Mr. Dongfang's servants. Then can you take me as a servant too? Little brother is fine too. I don't have any plans to take in little brothers yet." Lin Dongfang looked at Pin Liang, his expression becoming more and more strange. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Pin Liang's words echoed in the ears of most of the people present. It was no wonder that these people had witnessed Lin Dongfang's power in the past, but there were a few who didn't know who Lin Dongfang was. This was the leader of the Black Horse Gang, Qian Buguang. Back then, he wasn't the leader of the Black Horse Gang yet. He was just a normal elder on a mission outside, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Dongfang at all. Pin Liang might be scared shitless and wanted to be Lin Dongfang's servant, but in Qian Buguang's eyes, Pin Liang was just a strategist, a normal earth class. It wasn't surprising that he was timid. "What's wrong with you guys? Who is this old thing? Didn't we agree to kill the gloomy elder together now?" Qian Buguang started panicking when he saw that no one was moving. Chapter 5983. Previously, the Murloc had expected to write about 200 chapters for the Heaven Stage Island part. However, the Murloc had done a reader survey and voted on the pages. According to the results, many readers wanted to write more about the Heaven Stage Island and Yanhuang Star parts. Therefore, the Murloc had changed the plan for the School Bells fans and would write about this part of the plot in detail. To be honest, the subscription for the new book was better than the School Bells, but the Murloc would work hard to write for the School Bells fans. Before the end, it would not be less than 2 chapters a day. The Murloc would give the School Bell a perfect and wonderful ending of the trilogy. Li Buoyang Boss would end. The 3rd chapter had always been the Murloc's promise. It would be restored when they landed on the Heaven Stage Island. There were 150,000 manuscripts for the Heaven Stage Island part, which was enough to deal with accidents when they could not write. Regarding this part of the transition, the Murloc had written a part of the secular world manuscript in the first month of the year. He planned to deal with things that could not be updated after the little Murloc was born, but at that time, there were many holes that he did not think of. After all, the book was too long, and the Murloc was not a computer. He ignored some things. As a result, when he saw a hole that was not filled in by a reader, the Murloc realized that many parts of the manuscript had to be rewritten. Filling in the holes was much more time-consuming than developing the plot, so the speed could not be sped up. Chapter 5984. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's public Weibo, account Urine 22. After everyone adds him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message for the Fishman, and the Fishman will choose the best and adopt them. Also, regarding the latest updates of the School Bell as well as the School Bell's manga, movies, and game adaptations, we will inform everyone immediately through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If everyone has any suggestions for the plot, they can all bring them up on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would come to read them regularly, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell everyone a secret. After a period of time, the Fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed books. Chapter 3650 Failure? Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, H2H2 Mr. Although he had never encountered such a problem in the past, the foundation-breaking pill this time was a real 4th-grade pill. Who knew what kind of accidents could happen? Carrying this kind of apprehension, Lin Yi continued on nervously for another 2 hours. Luckily, although the cauldron kept humming, no other accidents happened. This made Lin Yi tremble with fear, and reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, accompanied by a final humming sound that was even clearer and clearer than before, this time's pill refinement finally came to an end. At this point, even Lin Yi, who was used to staying calm in the face of danger, was sweating profusely from the shock. The first 2 hours were still all right, everything was under control, but the last 2 hours were really 2F** king torturous. If it was a person with a weak mind, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. After calming himself down and stabilizing his breathing, Lin Yi then stood up and opened the godly pesticide cauldron in front of him. The moment the lid was opened, a thick medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the jade pendant space. Lin Yi only had to take a sniff and he immediately felt refreshed and relaxed. Looking at the signs, it should be a success, right? Lin Yi looked into the cauldron expectantly, and after carefully rummaging for a moment, he was suddenly stunned. Turning to look at the display on the tablet, Lin Yi finally understood F***CK. No wonder it had been behaving so strangely since 2 hours ago. No wonder he almost became mentally ill. So this was the source of all the abnormalities. At this moment, at the entrance of the 14th cave at the foot of the mountain, senior brother Ku Bai was waiting anxiously. If Lin Yi was only worried about the last 2 hours, then senior brother Ku Bai had been nervous for the whole night. After all, whether or not Lin Yi could refine the foundation-breaking pill was directly related to whether or not he could shoulder Lu Bianren's entrustment in the future. When facing Meng Jueguang, a bitter senior brother in the early stage of foundation building and a bitter senior brother in the peak of the early stage of foundation building had completely different meanings. The foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill was senior martial brother's only hope for a breakthrough. If Lin Yi was unable to successfully refine it, then his hope would be reduced to a bubble. Apart from Lin Yi, if he wanted to refine pills, he could only look for the Dan Hall. Even if Lin Yi had given him 30 pieces of spiritual jades last night, in addition to the spiritual jades he had accumulated, it was still far from enough for the 200 spiritual jades required by the Dan Hall. Not to mention that even if 200 spirit jades were gathered, the pill hall's pill masters might not be able to refine it successfully. While waiting anxiously, seeing that the sky was bright, the bitter senior martial brother was pondering whether he should go to the Spirit Jade Hall to ask for a day's leave for Lin Yi, when the door to the number 14 Immortal's cave at the foot of the mountain finally opened and Lin Yi walked out. Senior brother Ku, you didn't stay here all night, did you? Lin Yi asked in surprise when he saw senior brother Ku Bai waiting at the door. Hey, I'm just nervous. Anyway, I can't rest when I go back, so I might as well wait here. Senior brother Ku smiled awkwardly, and then said nervously, How is it? Did you succeed? It was rare for senior brother Bitter to be so nervous. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, causing the senior brother's heart to instantly constrict when he saw this, and he stammered, You failed? But it's nothing much, it's just a dozen or so spiritual jades. Senior apprentice brother thought about it bitterly. If he failed, he would at most lose some materials. It was really nothing much. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand, and 2 snow-white pills appeared on his palm. The fragrance of the pills was overwhelming, and their shape was the well-known foundation-breaking pill. Gulp. Senior martial brother Ku Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At first, he was in disbelief, but after confirming it, he was overjoyed and said, You actually succeeded? Junior brother Lin, you're really something. No wonder even senior brother Lu praised you for hiding your strength. To be honest, although he was hoping that Lin Yi would succeed, senior martial brother Ku Bai still felt that Lin Yi might not be able to compare to the elixir refiners from the pill hall. After all, those people were the mainstream of the north, and while Lin Yi was also a refiner, he came from the common world, he wasn't on the same level as these people. If the success rate of these refiners from the north was so low, then the success rate of Lin Yi, a common world refiner, would be even lower. He didn't think that in just one night, Lin Yi would be able to take out 2 foundation-breaking pills at once. It was like a dream. It wasn't that senior martial brother Ku Bai looked down on the common world of practitioners, but it was the truth. In terms of foundation, the common world of practitioners was on a completely different level from Sky Class Island, and elixir refinement was precisely where foundation was needed the most. According to what senior martial brother Ku Bai knew, in the common world of practitioners, there was only one person who could look down on the local refiners of Sky-class Island, the miracle doctor, Zhang Liju. What he didn't know, however, was that the Lin Yi standing in front of him right now was Zhang Liju's disciple. Lin Yi grinned and handed the 2 elixirs to Ku Bai Shixiang. 2 barrier-breaking elixirs. This should be enough to ensure that you can break through the barrier. Unexpectedly, senior martial brother Ku Bai only took 1 and said gratefully, "1 is enough for me, you can keep the rest for yourself, you'll need to use it sooner or later." Seeing that Lin Yi still wanted to reject, senior martial brother Ku Bai quickly said, "If it was someone else from the pill hall, if they successfully made 2 pills at once, not only would they have to keep 1, but I'd also have to pay 200 spirit jades in advance. I'm already getting a huge advantage from this. So please don't reject me, junior martial brother Lin. Otherwise I won't be able to rest easy." "Ha, senior martial brother Ku Bai, when did I tell you that I only made 2 foundation-breaking pills?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "Huh, more than 2? Could it be 3? Senior martial brother Ku Bai's brain stopped working. He only provided 3 sets of ingredients, and Lin Yi successfully made 3 foundation-breaking pills in one go. Didn't that mean that he had a 100% success rate? Even if Lin Yi said that using waste jades could increase the success rate, wasn't that too much of an exaggeration? If this were to spread, those so-called refiners from the pill hall would be embarrassed to death. At this point, senior martial brother Ku Bai, who was overjoyed, didn't even realize that the 2 foundation-breaking pills that Lin Yi gave him had rings of pill halo. Even if it was the same type of pill, there was a world of difference between those with pill halo and those without. Chapter 5985. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's official Weibo, account Urine 22. Once you've added him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message and the Fishman will choose the best ones. Also, the latest updates on the School Bell, as well as the School Bell's manga, movies, and game adaptations, will be updated through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If you have any suggestions for the plot, you can post them on Weibo. There were too many posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would visit regularly, it was inevitable that there would be many suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell you a secret. After a period of time, the Fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed books. Chapter 3654, Big Trouble. Translator, Ryuxinji editor, H2H2 Mr. Before he could finish, Meng Jueguang gave him a tight slap as he scolded. "You're the pervert. If you want to find a pervert, go find him. Why did you come to my room? You idiot, do you know what kind of background this guy has? You even want to eat him, you really don't know how to write pervert? The 9th cousin, we can talk it out, don't hit me." Meng Tong was instantly confused, as he was chased around the room by Meng Jueguang, and almost suffered internal injuries. After a brief moment, Meng Jueguang watched as Meng Tong was beaten into a miserable state. Only then did Meng Jueguang's anger subside slightly. Looking at the curly bear cubs sprawled on the ground, he unhappily scolded. "It's fortunate that I returned in time. If not, this little thing would have really been raped by you. You and I would have had to F***ck the wilderness, and not one of us would have had a good time. It's not that bad, right? Isn't it just a curly bear cub?" Meng Tong looked at Meng Jueguang with a bitter expression. "Just a curly bear cub?" Meng Jueguang was instantly enraged as he snarled. "I'll be dragged down by a fool like you sooner or later. Do you know who its owner is? Its owner is called Lan. Mary Lan, who is that?" Meng Tong was still confused. Meng Jueguang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He sighed with lingering fear and said, "You don't know about Lan's virginity, but you should know about her virginity. Soaring Sky Pavilion Master, please go to the heavens." Meng Tong was scared out of his wits. Unlike ordinary newbies like Lin Yi, Meng Tong was close to Meng Jueguang, so he often heard the names of these upper-class people mentioned by Meng Jueguang. The master of Shangguotian Pavilion was one of the top 3 big shots in the whole North Island. This This thing turns out to be the spirituality pet of the granddaughter of Shangguotian Pavilion. After figuring this out, Meng Tong immediately felt that his life was bleak. His life was about to come to an end. He even wanted to eat the spirituality pet of the granddaughter of Shangguotian Pavilion master. Even if he wanted to find a lover, he shouldn't do it like this. What do you think? You idiot, why don't you use your brain? If this thing didn't have such a background, if the guards didn't turn a blind eye to it, how could it sneak into Lingyu Hall with its little strength? Do you think everyone is like you? Meng Jueguang rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this fellow was his relative, Meng Jueguang would have already arrested Meng Tong. If this matter was made known to Lan, who was the beloved daughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion lord, then he wouldn't know what to do. Then what do we do now? Meng Tong's face was pale as he stammered. Luckily this thing hasn't been nailed by you. Didn't you say that it fainted on its own? Then it shouldn't be injured. Let's just throw it out and pretend nothing happened. Meng Jueguang took a deep breath. In the end, Meng Tong buried his head even lower and said weakly, "It wasn't injured at first, but it woke up halfway and wanted to escape. Then I kicked it, F***ck. Meng Jueguang was speechless. After checking the little guy's weak breath, he even had the thought of killing Meng Tong. What kind of a rented teammate is this? Meng Jueguang unconsciously pressed on the chest of the curly bear cub. As a result, the little guy started to foam at the mouth. Meng Jueguang was shocked and became even angrier. Are you King sick? To deal with such a small thing, is there a need to use such a strong hand? This can't be blamed on me. I didn't use much strength. It was just a light kick. Who knew that a spirit beast would be so weak? Meng Tong scratched his head innocently. Actually, his kick was quite heavy. He was afraid that this little thing would continue to make a noise and attract people outside. That would be troublesome. In the end, with this kick, it was even more troublesome now. Looking at the clear footprint on the curly bear cub's chest, even Meng Tong couldn't help but panic. He rolled his eyes and said hurriedly, "Why don't we throw it out? No one will know that I kicked it anyway." You're a fool. Do you think that everyone else is a fool like you? When Meng Jueguang heard that, he scolded him to his face and said with disdain, "After people find this footprint, won't they find someone to compare it with? Let me tell you, with the personality of the young miss, even if she turns the entire Spirit Jade Hall upside down, she will definitely find the culprit who harmed her spirit pet. When that time comes, just wait for her to be punished." Then what should we do? Meng Tong was so frightened by these words that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He said helplessly, "Why don't we secretly throw it out? There shouldn't be anyone who can find it in the wilderness, right?" Originally, it would have been a more reliable solution to directly F***ck this little thing and eat it. After all, even if people wanted to investigate, they might not be able to find out that it was Meng Tong. But now that he knew the terrifying background of this little thing, how would Meng Tong dare to have such rebellious thoughts? Not to mention eating it, even looking at it now made him shudder with fear. At this moment, the only thing he wanted to F***ck was to throw it as far as possible. It would be best if he threw it 108,000 miles away, and never to see it again in this lifetime. Meng Jueguang looked at him with a hopeless expression. Throw it in the wilderness? Do you think you can escape like that? The young miss of the old miss can mobilize hundreds and thousands of experts with just a word. Even searching the entire northern island of Heaven Stage Island is a piece of cake. Moreover, how do you know that she doesn't have any special methods to find spirit pets? Then what should we do? The footprint on its chest won't disappear for a while. We don't have any methods to shift the blame to others, right? Ninth cousin brother, you can't just leave it at the sight of it. Meng Tong said with a sullen face. He was really scared this time. If he could escape this calamity, it would probably leave a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life, and he would never dare to eat spirit beasts again. Shift the blame to others? Meng Jueguang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's a good idea. Can this work?" Meng Tong half believed and half doubted. Ninth cousin brother, the shoes on my feet were issued by the welcoming newcomer pavilion. They can casually compare the shoe print and know that it was made by a newcomer from the welcoming newcomer pavilion. When the time comes, they can call all the newcomers to compare it. Won't we still be unable to escape? Saying you're an idiot isn't an insult at all. Meng Jueguang unhappily gave Meng Tong a slap on the head and analyzed, even if the young miss of the old miss knows that it was made by a newcomer from the welcoming newcomer pavilion through the shoe print, there are so many newcomers. It's not like there aren't people with similar shoe size to you. As long as we create a preconceived false impression, when the time comes, who will suspect you? What a fool. To be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Starting Point and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M to read. Chapter 5986. Everyone, please follow the Fishman's public Weibo, account Urin22. After everyone has added him, you can chat with the Fishman. If you have any suggestions, you can leave a message for the Fishman, and the Fishman will choose and adopt them. In addition, regarding the latest updates of the School Bell as well as the School Bell's manga, movie, and game adaptations, we will inform everyone first through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga character images to share. If everyone has any suggestions for the plot, you can bring them up on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and although the Fishman would come to browse through them regularly, it was inevitable that there would be many suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell everyone a secret. After a period of time, the Fishman might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed books. Chapter 3657. What did you say? All the girls around her were fawning over her, and all the boys were chasing after her, making it impossible for her to have any especially good friends. Therefore, this curly bear had become the only person she could talk to when she was lonely. She was completely unable to imagine what kind of state and mood she would be in after losing this little fellow in her life. Left without a choice, Shanghai Laner was even prepared to call the Spirit Jade Hall master over and mobilize everyone to turn the entire Spirit Jade Hall upside down just to find this little fellow. Right at this moment, Meng Jueguang, who had long been looking for an opportunity at the side, came up behind her in a timely manner. Eldest Miss Shangguan, this humble one is the steward of Welcome Pavilion, Meng Jueguang. During the day, I saw a little curly bear here, but at that time, I didn't dare to confirm that it was your spiritual pet, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Meng Jueguang reported submissively. What? You've seen Xiaobai? Only now did Shangguan Laner notice Meng Jueguang and hurriedly asked. Where did you see it? Where did it go? Meng Jueguang pretended to recall for a while, before saying. At that time, it seemed like it wanted to sneak into the mining area, but before it entered the main entrance, it was discovered by a new disciple. That new disciple didn't say anything and directly kicked it, kicking it half to death before putting it into a bag and taking it away, saying that he wanted to bring it back to the cave abode to roast and eat or something, roast and eat? When Shanghai Laner heard this, she was so scared that she almost fainted. It took her a while to catch her breath. She gritted her teeth and said, What's the name of the new disciple? Why didn't you stop him? Don't be angry, Miss Shangguan. That new disciple is called Lin. He's a new rogue cultivator from the secular cultivation world. He doesn't have much quality and has always been arrogant and unruly. I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried, but I couldn't do anything to him because of the sect rules, so I could only let him go. Meng Jueguang pretended to be indignant and said, If I had known that it was Mrs. Pet, I would have saved the little curly bear even if I would have been punished by the sect. Winnie? Where is he now? Hurry up and bring me there. If Little White loses even half a strand of its hair, this lady will fight him to the death. Shangguan Laner changed from her usual pure and innocent image of a young girl and fiercely bared her teeth. Okay, I'll lead the way for Mississippi. Meng Jueguang couldn't help laughing in his heart. A little girl was a little girl. She was immediately fooled by a little provocation. Meng Jueguang led Shanghai Laner straight to Lin Yi's cave residence. Meng Tong, who had been squatting at the door and staring at Lin Yi, saw the two of them and hurriedly greeted them. Miss, this is the new disciple Meng Tong. He also witnessed what happened during the day. I asked him to come back in advance to keep an eye on Lin Yi because I was afraid that Lin Yi would really roast the little curly bear and eat it. After all, the quality of the rogue cultivators in the secular cultivation world can't be guaranteed. Meng Jueguang introduced Meng Tong and pretended to sigh. Shanghai Laner was not in the mood to listen to his sigh. She hurriedly asked Meng Tong, "Is Lin Yi in the cave residence? How's my little white? Is he injured?" Meng Tong glanced at Meng Jueguang and said, replying to Miss, "Lin Yi has been staying in the cave residence since he came back. As for what happened inside, I can't guarantee. Maybe he has already started eating, ah?" Shanghai Laner was frightened by his words. She hurriedly pointed at Meng Jueguang and said, "Then what are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and break the door for me." After Meng Jueguang received the order, he raised his hand and directly broke the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave residence. With his strength at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, this kind of thing was naturally easy. Little white, little white. Shanghai Laner hurriedly rushed in. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong looked at each other with a smile as if they had succeeded in their conspiracy and followed them in. Things had developed to this point. In their opinion, Lin Yi was already dead this time. What a big sin it was to kill Shanghai Laner's spirit pet. Not to mention this welcome pavilion, even in the whole Heaven Stage Island's North Island, he could not have a foothold at all. Maybe they would tie him up and directly hand him over to the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island, making him pay with his life. However, when they saw the scene inside the cave residence, both Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were instantly shocked. Woo-woo, woo-woo. That little curly bear, who was supposed to be on the verge of death, was hanging on Lin Yi's body, alive and kicking. It didn't look like it was injured at all, and it looked like it was having fun with Lin Yi. What was going on? "Little white, are you okay?" Shanghai Laner, who had been so scared by Meng Jueguang that she did not dare to open her eyes, finally reacted at this time. The joy on the girl's face could not be concealed, and her hanging heart suddenly fell to the ground. Woo-woo! Seeing Shanghai Laner, the small coiled bear immediately jumped down from Lin Yi's body and climbed onto Shanghai Laner's back with its short legs. It was so agile that it was not injured at all. Behind them, Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong could not help but look at each other, and Meng Tong even exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? How could it be? It looked like it was seriously injured and was about to die, and I didn't know what I did." Meng Jueguang hurriedly covered his mouth, and Shanghai Laner turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What did you say?" Meng Tong really wanted to cut off his tongue at this time. What kind of broken mouth is this? Can this kind of thing be leaked out casually? This is going to kill someone. Fortunately, Meng Jueguang was quick-witted. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly responded, "Yes. We saw the situation with our own eyes at that time. How can we not know?" "Is that so?" Shangguan Lan looked at the two of them suspiciously, but she didn't take it to heart. At this moment, the most important thing for her was that the little curly bear was fine. Phew. Meng Jueguang breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Meng Tong fiercely. Fortunately, this lady was easy to fool. Otherwise, if the matter was really exposed, even he would be unlucky. As for Meng Tong, he was almost paralyzed on the ground at this time. He covered his mouth tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Shanghai Laner was worried as she picked up the small coiled bear and checked it up and down. Although the little guy was alive and kicking, the big footprint on its chest was still very clear. Thinking of what Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong said before, Shanghai Laner could not help but stare at Lin Yi angrily and said, "Hey, did you kick Xiaobai's chest?" "No, when I saw it, there was already this footprint on its body." Lin Yi shook his head and denied. Chapter 5987. Everyone, please follow Murloc's official Weibo, account Urin22. Once you've added him, you can chat with Murloc. If you have any suggestions, just leave a message and Murloc will choose the best ones. Also, the latest news about the School Beauty, as well as the School Beauty's manga, movies, and game adaptations, will be sent to everyone through Weibo. There will be exclusive manga characters to share. If you have any suggestions for the story, you can post them on Weibo. There were too many random posts on the forum, and while Murloc would check them out regularly, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of suggestions that couldn't be seen. Weibo was still very convenient. Let me tell you a secret. After a while, Murloc might even choose readers with good suggestions and send them signed books. Chapter 3685. Must be broken. Kong Mingming's strength wasn't that great, but Lin Yi wasn't surprised that he was able to get such a high ranking in a tournament like this. After all, Kong Mingming was a refiner, and he was more sensitive to wood elemental herbs than others. With Su Lingchong's help, it would be hard for him not to get first place. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was glad that Pin Liang was able to get into the top 3. After Blaster Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion were done, it was finally Blue Cloud Pavilion's turn. However, 4 to 5 people reported their scores, and all of them hovered around 200 to 300 points, completely incomparable to the scores of the newcomers from the other 2 pavilions. The 3 elders' satisfied expressions immediately fell. The Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Secrets Pavilion's new disciples burst out laughing without restraint, whereas the bald elder sitting in the middle seat frowned slightly, saying, "Have all the new disciples of Clear Cloud Pavilion fallen to this state? Truly, rotten wood cannot be carved. Looks like we should make a suggestion to the Elder Council. In the future, Clear Cloud Pavilion no longer needs to recruit new disciples. It's purely a waste of resources." The 2 elders on the side also nodded slightly. No matter what, 4 or 5 people in a row only had 200 or 300 points. This kind of result was really terrible. Based on this trend, it was almost certain that they could break the average score record. It was just that other people were trying to break the upper limit, while this group of trash newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion was trying to break the lower limit. Although the scores of the people after him were slightly better, they only hovered around 300 to 400 points. They were still incomparable to the scores of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion's newcomers. It was only when Meng Jueguang reported Meng Tong's points that everyone present was suddenly shocked. Meng Tong, 1,600 points. 1,600 points. What did that mean? It had to be known that even the highest score of the newcomers from the first 2 pavilions was only slightly over 1,200 points. This score was a huge difference. The other 2 pavilions' newcomers were immediately in an uproar. Even the 3 elders sitting at the top were slightly stunned. Moments later, the bald elder nodded and said, "This newcomer is not bad. He's very competitive. He should have snatched quite a number of points from the other newcomers. It can be considered as a fig leaf for Blue Cloud Pavilion." Hearing the bald elder's praise, Meng Tong could not help but proudly raise his chin at Lin Yi, who was at the back of the line. His provocation was obvious. Lin Yi curled his lips with a faint smile, but he did not comment. And after Meng Tong's stunning performance, the other newcomers once again returned to the 300 to 400 point standard. Besides being ridiculed, it also served as a foil to Meng Tong's rarity. Just as the bald elder had said, this newcomer was very competitive. Among the group of trash rookies from Blue Cloud Pavilion, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Xiao Ran, 1,023 points. After seeing Xiao Ran's points, senior brother Ku was clearly overjoyed. This result was much better than what he expected, where they would all be wiped out. As for Meng Jueguang, he was somewhat stunned. After he reacted, he immediately glared at Meng Tong in dissatisfaction. It had to be known that he had spent quite a bit of effort in order to silence Lin Yi and company in the trial. Not only did he prepare a wood elemental sensor for Meng Tong to ensure his first place, he had also specially mobilized the rookies, so that they would listen to Meng Tong's instructions in the trial. Logically speaking, with Meng Tong leading so many people to deal with Lin Yi and company, as long as there were no major problems, it should have been a simple matter to silence Lin Yi and company. But now, before the most crucial Lin Yi's turn, Xiao Ran's side had already burst out with more than 1,000 points, reserving a spot in the top 3 in advance. He can't even handle such a small matter. What a piece of trash. Meng Jueguang turned his head and scolded softly. "Ninth cousin, you really can't blame me for this. There's really a reason for this. I'll explain it to you in detail later." Meng Tong scratched his head awkwardly as he defended himself. "There's a reason for this? I want to hear what kind of excuse you are using, kid. Meng Jueguang did not believe that with such a huge difference in strength, there was any reason that could explain his failure. However, it was not convenient for him to speak in this situation, so he could only let Meng Tong off for the time being. Afterward, he would settle the score with this fellow who could not do anything but spoil things. Xiao Hongkai, 500 points. Meng Jueguang's face turned even uglier. Although 500 points was not considered high, with so many new disciples in the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the average score was around 300 to 400 points. It was considered a rare high score. He no longer held any hope of silencing Lin Yi and company. The only thing he was thankful for was that he had prepared a wood elemental sensor for Meng Tong. At least, he would not lose his first place. After all, a high score of 1,600 points was impossible for ordinary rookies to achieve unless they plunder from other rookies or simply cheat. However, when it was finally Lin Yi's turn, Meng Jueguang was dumbfounded when he saw the number displayed on the basket. He could not react for a long time. Oh, Jueguang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and report it. Hu Yunfeng glared at Meng Jueguang in dissatisfaction. Lin Yi was already the last one. Everyone, including the three elders, was waiting. Oh, okay. Meng Jueguang snapped out of his daze and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he realized that it was still the same number, he reported in disbelief, Lin Yi, 1,800 points, 1,800 points. The audience instantly went crazy. Meng Tong's 1,600 points had already shocked them. They never expected that there would be an even more impressive result. Holy sh*t. How is that possible? Meng Tong, who was confident in his victory, was immediately dumbfounded. He was already prepared to celebrate first place. The idiot Lin Yi had clearly given Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai a total of 1,000 points. How could he still have 1,800 points? Ninth cousin must have seen wrongly. It should have been 800 points. However, when he rushed over to take a look, it clearly showed that it was 1,800 points. This basket must be spoiled, right? Meng Tong stammered as he said to the similarly incredulous Meng Jueguang. The 1,000 points that Lin Yi had snatched had all been given to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. That also meant that his remaining points had been gathered by him personally. After all, Lin Yi was not like Meng Tong, who had a cheating device like the wood elemental sensor. How could he gather a terrifying number like 1,800 points by himself? There was only one possible explanation. It had to be that the basket was spoiled. Chapter 5988. Alright, you're a man, but when the time comes, this stupid pig will be beaten to death. You're asking for it. Meng Tong laughed coldly as if his scheme had succeeded. Among all the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, the last one to arrive was Murong Zhen. None of the new disciples were dissatisfied with this arrangement. After all, women always had their own privileges at times like this. Not to mention, Murong Zhen was an alluring and powerful beauty. When they saw the spiritual pet fluttering beside Murong Zhen, everyone's eyes lit up. Even as men, they could not help but sigh at the sight of it. What a dazzling and dreamy butterfly! When it spread its wings, the size of this butterfly could be said to be astonishingly large. Its body was 3 m long and its wings had a wingspan of 15 m. Its dazzling wings were dotted with specks of sparkling and translucent blue light. At first glance, it was like a magnificent screen that would enchant one's heart. Butterfly Empress, show them how charming you are. Murong Zhen ordered with a proud smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the giant butterfly, which she called the Butterfly Queen, flew into the air. With a slight flap of its wings, blue light scattered down. It was dreamy, like a fairy. Be careful, there's something wrong with these scale pollen. Lin Yi reminded her softly. Then, he brought Xiao Ran and the rest out of the range of the blue light. However, the other newcomers were not as vigilant as him. They were still immersed in the beauty of the Butterfly Queen, unable to extricate themselves. After a while, Meng Jueguang, who was the strongest among them, finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly realized that his limbs were not listening to him. During the month that the newcomers were busy subduing the spiritual pets, he had successfully broken through and was now an expert in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His level was far above everyone else's. As for Murongzhen's butterfly queen, although it looked dazzling and dreamy, its strength was only in the middle stage of the heaven stage. With the disparity between them, logically speaking, it should not affect Meng Jueguang at all. However, at this moment, Meng Jueguang's limbs were indeed numb. Even if he could barely move, it was extremely strenuous and slow. As for the other rookies who were much weaker, they could not move at all. Seeing everyone struggle in vain, yet unable to move, Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and the rest looked at each other. They looked at Murongzhen and the butterfly queen with fear. This fellow was not to be underestimated. Murongzhen, what are you trying to do? Meng Jueguang felt that he had lost face after being tricked along with the rookies under the watchful eyes of everyone. He immediately berated with a sullen expression. Murongzhen covered her mouth and giggled after admiring the horrified expressions on the newcomers' faces. Senior brother Meng, don't worry. This is just a little joke that I'm playing with everyone. The paralysis effect will disappear automatically within 2 hours, and there won't be any side effects. Don't worry, everyone. Hearing that, the newcomers heaved a sigh of relief. However, Meng Tong said anxiously, then what do we do for 2 hours? We can't move at all. Why are we having a spiritual pet battle? He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He was hoping that the black rod ape would go on a rampage and help him raise his morale. In the end, he was paralyzed to the point that he could not even move. What was there to be proud of? Since it's a spiritual pet battle, it's not like you're the one fighting. Does it matter if you can move or not? Murongzhen looked at him mockingly. She pointed at the surroundings and said, didn't you see that your spiritual pets have already escaped? They are not affected, so why can't you have a spiritual pet battle? Meng Tong was stunned and he was speechless. Regardless of the spiritual pet's abilities, they had long sensed that something was wrong. Just like Lin Yi and company, they quickly retreated to the side. Only their masters were left standing there in a daze. Now that they had been affected, who else could they blame but themselves for being stupid? If someone else were to tease him like that, Meng Jueguang might have taught them a good lesson. It was a way to establish his authority when he was promoted to the position of third pavilion master. However, the other party was Murongzhen. She was a capable helper that he would have to rely on in the future. Furthermore, he was her guest, so he could only turn a blind eye and pretend to be magnanimous and tolerant. Since Meng Jueguang did not say a word, the other newcomers naturally did not dare to say anything. Although Meng Tong did not have much of a brain, other than drooling over Murongzhen, he was actually quite afraid of her. Hence, even when the referee arrived, everyone still looked as though they were paralyzed and unable to move. The spiritual pet battle had begun in such a strange atmosphere. As mentioned before, the final points of this spiritual beast assessment were composed of 2 parts. One was the spiritual beast level, and the other was the spiritual beast's strength. The spiritual beast's level was clear at a glance, and the points could be calculated directly. As for the spiritual beast's strength, it would be won through a single round of elimination battles. It was entirely dependent on the spiritual pet's own performance. Although such a rule setting seemed fair and reasonable at first glance, strictly speaking, there were still some drawbacks and shortcomings. After all, not all spiritual pets were combat-type spiritual pets. For example, a spiritual pet like Lin Yi's Sky Thunder Pig was purely trash in terms of combat power. However, its unique treasure hunting characteristic determined its value to be far beyond that of ordinary combat-type spiritual pets. Just like Li Jingming's Ghost Tiger, it was an existence with strategic value. Such a strategic spiritual pet, according to the rules of the spiritual pet battle, was almost impossible to obtain high points. This was actually a very unfair thing. However, since the higher-ups had already given such rules, even if it was not fair, there was not much to criticize. Even if one was dissatisfied, one could only hold it in. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. So what if one was a strategic spiritual pet? If one's fist was not as hard as the other person's, then one deserved to be unlucky and cry in one's own grave. Under the supervision of the referee, the newcomers went forward to draw lots to determine their opponents. Apart from Lin Yi and a few others, the others walked like zombies. Fortunately, they could still move, so they did not embarrass themselves. I won. Lin Yi looked at the number on the wooden lot and searched among the crowd. Finally, he locked onto a newcomer and his lips curled into a smile. At the same time, the newcomer looked at Lin Yi's side and held the A2 tag in his hand. This newcomer was the publicly recognized weakest, Cha Wu. Chapter 5990. 1 second to remember, for you to provide high speed. In such a short period of time, they were actually able to deduce and create a martial technique out of thin air. Although it was only a single move, it was a martial technique that was tailor-made for the two of them. Not to mention creating it, ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. However, not only was Lin able to create it out of thin air, this frenzied 8 trigrams combined palm strike did not have the slightest trace of being pieced together at the last minute. Instead, it had a profound foundation. The exquisiteness of it was not inferior to some traditional martial skills that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Huang Xiaotao wouldn't have believed that Lin Yi had created this martial technique in such a short amount of time. Not only could he increase the strength of others, but he could also refine a golden core. Now, he could even create a martial technique. She admired and worshipped Lin even more. At this moment, Huang Xiaotao was truly dumbfounded. There was actually such a powerful person in this world. Even the legendary miracle doctor Zhang Liju couldn't compare to him, right? In fact, she might not even be as good as Lin Yi. After all, the legend of Master Zhang had only been passed down by word of mouth. As for Lin Yi's miracles, she had seen it with her own eyes. For the rest of the time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao stayed in the cave and practiced the newly created frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike in seclusion. Although it was a new creation, it was very easy for Lin Yi to master it. Huang Xiaotao was getting better and better at it, and her cooperation with Lin Yi was also getting better and better. When Lin Yi felt that it was almost ready, the two of them tried to launch a move together. Its power was actually comparable to the peak of Gold Core Realm. If it weren't for Lin Yi's deliberate control, the power of this move would even be enough to pierce through the restriction and walls of his cultivation abode. Huang Xiaotao herself was stunned, while Lin Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. He certainly had confidence in the martial arts technique he had created, but in the beginning he only aimed for the power of the late Gold Core Realm. He did not expect that he had underestimated the power of this joint attack. A frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm strike. The power was equivalent to the full blow of a master at the peak of the late stage of the Gold Core Realm, and the two of them were only at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm. Such a martial arts technique was simply heaven-defying. If the two of them could increase their strength a little more, they would truly be invincible in the Golden Core stage. If they went out in the future with Huang Xiaotao, they could directly launch a joint attack on anyone they didn't like. Any Golden Core stage expert would be crippled even if they didn't die. Soaring Sky Pavilion. After returning from Lin Yi's cave abode, Su Lingchong and Meng Tong were not reconciled at all. They did not intend to let Lin Yi off so easily. It was inappropriate for them to continue staying there, so they specifically instructed Murongzhen to keep an eye on Lin Yi's Immortal's cave. Once she saw Lin Yi or Shangguan Laner coming out, she should immediately report to them. However, the two of them did not expect that they did not have to wait for Murongzhen's news at all. As soon as they returned to the Soaring Sky Pavilion's territory, they saw Shanghai Laner. The two of them were stunned on the spot and scratched their heads at the same time. What the hell was going on? Why was the woman on Lin Yi's bed not Shangguan Laner? There were only a few female cultivators in the 3 pavilions. Apart from Shanghai Laner, who else would hook up with Lin Yi? When Shanghai Laner saw the two of them, she turned her head in disgust. She pretended not to see them and was about to walk past them. At this time, Su Lingchong suddenly grinned. He took the initiative to walk up to her. "Junior Sister Lan, I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently?" Su Lingchong greeted her with a smile. "It's nothing. Senior brother Su, why are you looking for me?" Shanghai Laner's eyelids suddenly twitched. This guy had not bothered her for a long time. Why did he stick to her like a piece of sticky candy today? He was so annoying. As Shanghai Laner spoke, the little curly bear next to her dragged the big scissors from before and swaggered in the direction of Su Lingchong, cutting wildly. Those who were a little timid would probably be frightened by this little guy. Especially Su Lingchong. Last time, it was this giant scissors that cut off his family jewels. Now, this scene was simply like sprinkling salt on his wounds. That was not enough. He had to add a little cumin. Even Shangguan Lan was startled by this scene. She didn't expect that the little fellow would dare to provoke her. She quickly stepped forward and shielded it behind her. If Su Lingchong became angry out of humiliation and wanted to kill the little curly bear, she wouldn't be able to stop him with her strength. However, to the great surprise of Shanghai Laner, Su Lingchong was not angry. Instead, he smiled indifferently, as if he did not take it to heart at all. If there is something, then there is really something. I think it is necessary to let junior sister Lan, or no. You should be mentally prepared first. Su Lingchong pretended to be mysterious. Oh, what's the matter? Shanghai Laner frowned and looked at him. She thought to herself, this annoying guy, what tricks does he want to play? I just returned from Lin Yi's abode, and I found a woman on his bed. She had even taken off her clothes. Sigh. Su Lingchong pretended to be regretful as he shook his head. But junior sister Lan, don't be anxious. Some men like to fool around as long as they have a bit of strength. It's human nature. Lin Yi is a man as well, and he has needs in this aspect as well. The reason why Su Lingchong deliberately told Shanghai Laner about this matter was none other than to create trouble for Lin. Since the woman in his abode wasn't Shanghai Laner, then he would use this matter to sow discord and let Shanghai Laner cause trouble herself. At that time, Lin Yi would surely be unable to take care of himself, and even if he participated in the inner court competition, his condition would surely be greatly reduced. Truthfully speaking, although Su Lingchong was an intermediate-stage Golden Core realm expert now, and he was proud of his success and had made a strong return, but at least he had learned his lesson, and he didn't dare look down on Lin. Now that he was dual cultivating with Meng Tong, he would surely be invincible in a dual fight, and there was no doubt about this. However, if it was a one-on-one fight with Lin Yi, even though he still had the certainty of winning, he still had to be careful. After all, no matter what, Lin Yi had instantly killed Su Zhaohe, who was an intermediate-stage Golden Core realm expert, with a single move. Su Zhaohe wasn't a simple figure, and if they were at the same level, Su Lingchong admitted that he might not be able to win for sure. Thus, it could be seen that Lin Yi was similarly extraordinary, and he had to be on guard. So, with this opportunity to discuss Lin Yi, Su Lingchong naturally wanted to make use of it. If he was able to make Shanghai Laner fall out with him directly, or even turn them into enemies, then it couldn't be any better. Even if he couldn't do that, he could at least distract Lin Yi, so why not? Really? That's great. Shanghai Laner's reaction greatly exceeded his expectations, and not only did she not have the slightest intention of getting angry, she was instead extremely happy. To be continued. Chapter 5991. Of course, the reason why Shanghai Tianhua dared to say something like that to Wait wasn't purely because he believed in Lin Yi's strength. Even if Lin Yi really didn't have the slightest ability to resist, with his strength, wanting to save Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao was merely a matter of a thought, and there wouldn't be any mishaps. However, in the next moment, Shanghai Tianhua was suddenly slightly shocked, as the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Bang! Under the ninth heaven poison dragon whip's shadow that covered the sky and covered the earth, two balls of crimson-red flames suddenly erupted, and the ninth heaven poison dragon whip that Su Lingchong was so proud of was actually broken on the spot. Its power was so shocking that it was simply shocking. Amidst the exclamations of surprise, the crowd of Golden Core stage experts below the stage finally recognized these two balls of crimson-red flames clearly. Shockingly, they were actually two fire palm shadows, one small and one large, and in the middle, there was a vague shape of the 8 trigrams. They split into two directions and whizzed out respectively, the small one striking towards Meng Tong, and the large one going straight for Su Lingchong. At this moment, Su Lingchong and Meng Tong were still immersed in a state of disbelief and astonishment. Before the two of them could react, they heard two bangs accompanied by the muffled sounds of bones breaking. After that, they were like two kites with their strings cut as they were directly thrown off the ring, and they didn't even have the slightest room to retaliate. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that was created at the last minute actually had such a formidable might. The sound of gasping instantly resounded throughout the audience, and everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to say a word for a long time. Compared to sending the two of them flying with a single move, what was even more shocking was the injuries on their bodies. Meng Tong's situation was still alright, because the main attacker was Huang Xiaotao. Although it was the same frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that came from the same source, its might was obviously much weaker, so although Meng Tong was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't considered to be too heavy. The one who was truly miserable was Su Lingchong. The frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike that struck his body came from Lin Yi, and in terms of might, it was at least at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it was struck right in the chest, and this young Master Su, who was insufferably arrogant after his powerful return, directly fell to the ground at this moment with bulging eyes, and his breathing was more than it was exhaling. Obviously, he wasn't going to make it. Charge! Meng Tong instantly roared in grief and indignation when he saw this, and he couldn't care about his own injuries as he frantically rushed to the side of Su Lingchong, who was on the verge of death. At the same time, a figure suddenly followed closely. It was the person in charge of the inner court competition, Su Yuanjing. After Su Yuanjing checked Su Lingchong's condition, he anxiously instructed, "He's still on his last breath. Bring him for treatment." As anxious as he was the host of the inner disciple competition. No matter what, he could not be absent from the competition. Thus, he could only allow Meng Tong to bring him away for the time being. Meng Tong hurriedly nodded. He couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Yi on the stage anymore. Enduring the pain, he picked up Su Lingchong, who was on the ground, and walked out. The 3 great pavilions had specialized infirmaries where doctors gathered. Moreover, no matter who it was, they would try their best to save Su Lingchong on account of Su Yuanjing. Although Su Lingchong's condition was very weak at the moment, he might still have a chance of survival. However, just as he carried Su Lingchong out of the north arena and reached a secluded area, the mysterious man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. After a gust of wind blew, the mysterious man in black, together with Meng Tong and Su Lingchong, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, on the arena, after being stunned for a long time, the referee finally announced the victory of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. Everyone below the arena looked at Lin Yi with a completely different gaze than before. This Lin Yi is really King amazing. Someone's mouth twitched as he discussed. Nonsense, what kind of eyesight do you have? You only noticed now? I already knew that this human king is amazing. Previously, in the single battle finals, he deliberately admitted defeat. I could tell at a glance. That's right, I reckon that he simply disdains fighting Su Lingchong one-on-one and is preparing to save it for the double battle. It's just nice to settle it at the same time and save time. That seems to be the case. Wait a minute. Didn't the two of you say that before? Didn't you say that Lin Yi can't possibly be Su Lingchong's opponent? Why did it change now? Grandpa, look at junior brother and senior sister Xiaotao, aren't they amazing? Their combined palm strike is an ultimate move that I practiced with them a few days ago. The worry on Shanghai Laner's face had long disappeared completely. While she was happy for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao, she praised Shanghai Tianhua. He little Lan, you just went over to watch them practice, right? Shanghai Tianhua teased with a smile. That's still at the same time. There's also my contribution. Shanghai Laner cutely stuck out her tongue. Shanghai Tianhua immediately burst into laughter and lightly patted Shanghai Laner's head. The gaze that he looked at Lin Yi in the distance was obviously a little more appreciative than before. Honestly speaking, even he didn't expect that Lin Yi's counterattack would actually come so swiftly and intensely. He obviously only had the strength of an early-stage gold core cultivator, but he was actually able to kill the insufferably arrogant Su Lingchong with a single move. This kind of performance was really shocking. If it was said that Su Lingchong was just an ordinary middle-stage gold core expert, then it would still be fine. The problem was that he was also an expert of the gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough. Both of them were experts of the perfect gold core stage. This sudden counterattack of Lin Yi really made everyone understand one thing with his actual action. Even among geniuses, there were different levels. Su Lingchong and Meng Tong were originally the pair with the highest chance of winning the double battle. In the end, they were killed by Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao with a single move. The double battle after that simply became the stage for the two of them. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, from the beginning to the end, they were killed with a single move. There was no change to speak of. From the beginning to the end, it was the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. By the final stage, everyone present could even figure out the moves of the two of them. However, even so, it didn't change the situation at all. It was just the frenzied 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if they could see the moves clearly, so what? From the beginning to the end, it was still the same. This was the absolute difference in strength. Along the way, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao gave everyone a good demonstration of what it meant to be an enemy of the gold core stage. There were a few opponents who, when faced with such a tyrannical pair, did not even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. As soon as they came up, they hurriedly opened their mouths to admit defeat. In any case, the enemies of the Lin Yi pair were obvious to all. Even if they admitted defeat, it wouldn't be shameful. Moreover, they could also avoid getting injured, so there was no need to stubbornly persist. It was worth mentioning that this included the pair of Yu Jun and Tianba. Even in their dreams, the two of them wanted to step on Lin. However, the situation was stronger than they were. Even Su Lingchong had been beaten to death. If they still didn't have eyes and came up, wouldn't that be courting death? Chapter 5992. Show underscreen. However, at this moment, looking at the people on the high platform, feeling their undisguised majestic aura, Lin Yi actually felt the same feeling as when he was in the back mountain hall. Among the more than 30 people on the stage, the masters of the Yuanying stage were only the lowest level of existence. Among them, there were many masters of the profound ascending stage who were above the Yuanying stage. These people came from the same academy. The East Continent was known as the strongest existence on the Heaven Stage Island, and it really lived up to its reputation. There were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Yi had been on the Heaven Stage Island for more than a year, and he had seen a lot of supermasters, but compared with the masters of the profound ascending stage on the stage, there was still a considerable gap. Among the people he knew and came into contact with, there were only 2.5 people who could really compare with them, or could steadily suppress the other side. One of them was the Will of Heaven. Although his strength was only at the peak of the Yuanying stage, he was like himself, a freak who could easily kill those who were at a higher level. Not long after he recovered from his injury, he easily defeated the Southern Sky Aurora in the early stage of the profound ascending stage. He could not be judged by common sense. Even among the masters of the profound ascending stage, he should be quite a powerful existence. The other one was the master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, Shanghai Tianhua, the top boss of the 3 pavilions in the North Island. Although Lin Yi had never seen him fight, or even seen him show his aura, his intuition told Lin Yi that with the strength of Shanghai Tianhua, even if he was placed on the high platform, he should be one of the best. As for the remaining half, it was the ghostly thing that was now lodged in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi had never seen the strength of this guy, but the other party was also the top elder of the Spirit Beast clan. He was also regarded as the top existence of the Spirit Beast clan. His peak state should not be inferior to these people. Otherwise, if even he could not match him, the Spirit Beast clan would have been wiped out by human forces long ago, and would not have survived until now. However, this damn thing was only a broken primordial spirit, so no matter how powerful it was in the past, it could only be considered half a primordial spirit now. In addition to these 2.5, among the people that Lin Yi knew, there was no one who could compete with these mysterious ascending stage masters. After all, any mysterious ascending stage master, even if placed in Middle Island, was already a top master, and not some common trash that could be seen everywhere. And now, on the high platform, there were no less than 7 profound ascending stage masters, And this was not the most exaggerated. What really made Lin Yi's eyelids twitch was the three people sitting in the middle. Their aura was far more majestic and profound than the group of mysterious ascending stage masters. In other words, these three people were transcendent existences above the profound ascension stage. As for what realm was above the profound ascension stage, Lin Yi had never even heard of it. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that so many people yearned for the East Continent. They all wanted to be selected by this Golden Morning Star Cultivator Academy, as there was a super expert above the profound ascension stage overseeing it. This was simply a living signboard. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and could not continue forward. They could only follow the rules of the crowd and sit down at the back of the crowd. Since they had nowhere else to go, they might as well join in the fun and listen to the discussions of the people around them. Dean Ling Yuanqing actually came in person this year? As expected. Just as Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao sat down, they heard a man wearing a yellow hat exclaim in the front row. That's impossible, right? No matter how important this enrollment is, as a dignified dean, it's impossible for him to come in person, right? Did you make a mistake? Someone next to him immediately questioned. Mistake? Do you think I'm blind? Do you think I'll talk nonsense about this kind of thing? There, look at the old man in the middle wearing a white school robe. He's Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat said with certainty. Lin Yi looked over without batting an eyelid. The old man that this man was pointing at was one of the three people that he was paying attention to, a transcendent existence that was above the profound ascension stage. His aura does seem like it, but he could also be a vice dean or something. I heard that the vice deans of the Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy are all monsters with incredible strength, not much weaker than the dean himself. The people next to him still did not completely believe him. What do you know? The one in the middle is Dean Ling Yuanqing, there's no doubt about that. As for the vice dean you mentioned, do you see the two sitting next to him? Those are the real vice deans. The man in the yellow hat said with a look of disdain. The two vice deans he was referring to were the two super experts above the profound ascension stage other than the old man in the middle. Lin Yi nodded inwardly. It seemed that the man in the yellow hat was right. Even if it was the legendary Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy in the East Continent, with such strength, if they could not even become vice deans, it would be too shocking. Good. You're very knowledgeable, all right? Speaking of which, Dean Ling Yuanqing and the two vice deans beside him are all very secretive. How do you know them so well? That's right, you've never been to the East Continent, how can you recognize these experts? That's right, if you're talking about the two vice deans, it's fine if you can recognize them. It's not strange for them to show up during the recruitment, but this Dean Ling Yuanqing you mentioned, he's never appeared before, right? Could it be that you've seen him before? The people beside him asked curiously. It was not their first time participating in the East Continent Academy's selection. They had heard of legendary figures like Dean Ling Yuanqing, but they had never seen him before. It was impossible for them to be as confident as the man in the yellow hat. You don't understand. Of course, I've never seen such an important figure before. But have you guys forgotten? I have a cousin who is an expert in the pugilistic world. I was fortunate enough to see the portraits of some mountain opening stage experts in the East Continent, and one of them was this Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat boasted proudly to the crowd. Oh, you're talking about that distant cousin of yours who's known as the pugilistic world's inquisitor. No wonder, it's not surprising that he knows these important figures. When everyone heard this, they finally came to a realization. It seemed that this inquisitive cousin was also an extremely famous person. Now you should believe me, right? But come to think of it, the Academy's selection is such a sensational event, there's no reason for my cousin to not come and join in the fun. Why don't I see him this time? The man in the yellow hat continued to be proud of himself while feeling a little puzzled. Summon the monthly votes for the mobile reading. Mobile readers can vote. If you enter the top 10, there will be a reward. Everyone, please support the merfolk. To be continued. Chapter 5993. As he spoke, Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang stared at Lin Yi maliciously, as if they wanted to skin him alive. Lin Yi glanced at the two. He was not interested in Long Kiba, but he had to get rid of the other two before he left South Continent. Especially when he saw the latter, he could not help but be slightly startled. He was the target of his trip. Lin Yi had seen Wu Baoliang's portrait on the wanted order from the law enforcement hall. Although it was his first time seeing him in person, he could recognize him at a glance with his iconic triangular yin-yang eyes. Lin Yi had known for a long time that Wu Baoliang would also participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's event, and he had been paying attention. Unfortunately, from yesterday until now, he had seen Long Kiba and Cheng Haonan, but he hadn't seen Wu Baoliang. Perhaps Wu Baoliang was regarded as their last trump card, so he stayed in the inn and did not come out at all. But now, he probably saw an opportunity, so he was pulled over at the last minute. This guy is finally willing to come out. Lin Yi sneered in his heart and secretly clenched his fists. After holding it in for so long, he could not help but have some killing intent, but in the end, he did not act rashly. Young hero Lin, you decide. Qi Mingyuan looked at Lin. He did not know how Lin Yi did it. He was afraid that it would ruin the plan, so he did not dare to make a decision. Since someone wants to give us points, of course the more the merrier. Lin Yi smiled faintly, not minding it. Such arrogance. Then I'll let you open your eyes and see. Who is giving who points? Long Kiba waved his hand and said to Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang, you two, let's go in and see what this kid is up to. After saying that, Long Kiba went straight to Area 30 with his men. There were not many people, only him, Cheng Haonan, and Wu Baoliang. Although they were not part of the robbers, they had caused such a big commotion just now. He had already heard everything that was going on inside. It was useless to bring too many people. Wu Baoliang alone was enough. The three of them walked into Area 30. At this moment, this small area that was surrounded by darkness was already a mess. The small cargo ship had been dismantled into pieces of broken wooden planks, floating on the surface of the sea. Even the surrounding reefs had been cut into pieces by Zhen Qi. Moreover, the seawater was muddy. It was obvious that the bottom of the sea had been stepped on by someone, and the sand and mud underneath had all been turned over. What a thorough search. Long Kiba sneered. If it was anyone else who saw this scene, they wouldn't be able to escape. His heart skipped a beat because if even this could not be found, it meant that it would be difficult to find. However, he was not worried at all. Counselor, it's up to you now. The reason why he called Wu Baoliang over at the last minute was because Cheng Haonan had said that this military advisor had an ultimate move. It was easy to use it to find things in this kind of competition. It's a piece of cake. Wu Baoliang's aura suddenly erupted. At first glance, it seemed that he was only at the great perfection of the gold core realm. However, immediately after that, the sky and earth within Area 30 suddenly spun. Everything in the area, including seawater, sand, and broken wood, flew into the air as if they had suddenly lost the shackles of gravity. The entire area then became a weightless world. Immediately after, Wu Baoliang slowly clenched his open palms. Everything in the air instantly went berserk and violently collided with each other. Originally, it was only fragmented, but after the collision, it became even more fragmented and even powder. The military advisor is indeed an expert. I've never seen or heard of such a marvelous technique before. Long Kiba suddenly had an eye-opener. If they really fought, although his strength was not weak, it was limited to direct fighting and killing. He did not have such a powerful and magical technique like Wu Baoliang. It's just a piece of cake. This technique is called all things kill. Anything with a weaker quality will eventually be crushed into powder by something with a stronger quality. The treasure chest is made of special dark steel. If I'm not mistaken, its quality should be the toughest. So, after the all things kill is over, the treasure chest will be the last thing left. Wu Baoliang smiled mysteriously. In front of the military advisor's all things kill, including the array, everything will be destroyed. Any concealment method will be ineffective. As long as it is hidden here, it will definitely be revealed. Cheng Haonan added. With his relationship with Wu Baoliang, he was clear about these methods. Then I'll wait to celebrate for you. After this round of competition, my dragon boat escort agency will jump to second place in the scoreboard and surpass the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Long Qiba laughed proudly. That's expected. It will happen soon. Wu Baoliang's triangular yin-yang eye revealed a hint of pride as he commented, however, this Ling is quite skilled. He was able to hide the package so well that normal methods wouldn't be able to find it. No wonder Boundless Sea and the others suffered. Hee, isn't this just a small trick in front of the military advisor? The Heavens Equal Escort Agency only knows how to play tricks. They will never be able to show their strength. This time, let them have a taste of kicking an iron plate. Cheng Haonan laughed coldly. While the three of them were chatting, the all things kill hanging in the air finally ended. Anything with a slightly weaker quality had already lost its shape. Even the reefs and rocks had been crushed into powder. The pure shall rise, the corrupted shall fall. Under Wu Baoliang's control, the all things kill hanging in the air slowly separated into two layers. Everything that was slightly lighter floated up, and everything that was slightly heavier sank down. During this separation process, anything that had a shape could be clearly seen. The treasure chest had to be among them. Long Qiba, Cheng Haonan, and Wu Baoliang all stared at this scene with wide eyes, hoping to find the treasure chest that they had expected. However, even after the separation, there was nothing. Wu Baoliang was speechless for a long time. Long Qiba and Cheng Haonan were dumbfounded at the same time. Just a moment ago, they had the demeanor of an expert, and they were so confident and calm. In the end, they still couldn't find the treasure chest? Wasn't this a joke? Military advisor, what should we do now? Long Qiba was completely flustered. Because they didn't get a single point in the second round, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency only got a total of 160 points in the first 3 rounds. Even if they included this round, they would only get 50 points in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That would only add up to 210 points. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. Chapter 5994. But good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Lin Yi didn't plan on using the fruit right now. After all, it was a treasure that was hard to find in this world, and he might not be able to find it again in this lifetime. He had to save it for the most crucial moment. At present, Lin Yi felt that it was not the most critical moment yet. He had a faint hunch that even if he did not use the myriad golden Dan fruit, he had a chance to break through to the late stage of gold core. Because every time he was tempered by the aftermath of the 5 elements murderous aura, he could clearly feel the throbbing sign that he was about to break through. However, what made Lin Yi feel a little pity was that although the sign was very obvious and strong, he did not really break through after every time he endured the aftermath. It just remained at the level of the sign. It seemed that he could not break through successfully. Lin Yi knew that this state of eagerness to break through would not last long. If he could not successfully break through before it disappeared, he would have to wait for the next sign to appear. Then he did not know when. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. There were many examples of people who could not break through when it was time to break through, and thus fell into a quagmire. Fortune comes from risk. It seems that you have to take a little risk. The ghost suggested. Understood. Lin Yi nodded. Although he had always been cautious, he would never refuse some necessary risks. Just like now, there were only 2 ways for him to take advantage of the situation to break through. The first was to take the golden Dan fruit. However, he did not plan to do so, so he could only use the second method, which was to use the ready-made 5 elements murderous aura to force out his greater potential. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to do this, but Lin Yi could. Since he could withstand the aftermath of the 5 elements murderous aura, he could naturally go further and try to get closer to the 5 elements murderous aura. Of course, the premise was that he had to master this degree, otherwise it would not be called stimulating his potential. It would be courting death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi changed to a cylindrical platform next to him. When he stood on it, he could only reach the 5 poison swamp above his head, but now he directly entered the swamp. Sure enough, Lin Yi was immediately targeted by the 5 elements murderous aura. If the 5 poison swamp above him was a pond, and the 5 elements murderous aura were piranhas, then Lin Yi was a living bait. When he stood on the previous platform, Lin Yi, the bait, was still hanging above the water. That was why the piranhas weren't aroused. At most, they were splashed a little. But now, the bait was directly thrown into the pond, and the piranhas immediately revealed their ferocious nature. Perhaps it was because of Lin Yi's elemental attribute. To a certain extent, he had the same smell as the 5 elements, so the 5 elements didn't gather around him. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have died even if he had 10,000 lives. But even so, the 5 elements didn't gather around him. Just the 5 elements' murderous aura next to him was enough to kill him. Previously, when facing the aftermath of the 5 elements' murderous aura, Lin Yi was already suffering. Now, he was directly facing the 5 elements' murderous aura. His whole body could not stop trembling. This was a biological instinct when facing a fatal crisis. Even if Lin Yi wanted to control it, he could not, unless he was already a dead man. Be careful. Don't go overboard. At this time, even the ghostly thing was frightened. Although this was his suggestion, even he couldn't stay calm when it really came to this moment. After all, he was on Lin Yi's body. He could feel the horror of the 5 elements' murderous aura. This thing could really kill someone if he was not careful. If Lin Yi died, even he would be unlucky. I know. Lin Yi responded in a deep voice. At the same time, the 5 elements' murderous aura slammed into his body. Lin Yi suddenly clenched his teeth until they bled. All the muscles on his body trembled like a sieve. The quenching of the aftermath before was already like being cut by 1,000 knives, but the pain at this moment was more than 100 times. It's coming. Under the extreme pain, the genuine qi in Lin Yi's body suddenly moved wildly spontaneously. It spontaneously formed a resistance with the 5 elements' murderous aura outside, and it skyrocketed uncontrollably. The opportunity for a breakthrough had come. The thick barrier in front of the late stage of gold core suddenly loosened under the crazy impact of the genuine qi. The breakthrough was close at hand. Lin Yi did not dare to neglect. He quickly lowered his body and withdrew from the 5 poison swamp. Without saying a word, he jumped down from the high platform and sat cross-legged, concentrating on the breakthrough. First, he was directly facing the baptism of the 5 elements' murderous aura. The moment just now was the limit that he could endure. Second, the breakthrough process could not be disturbed at all. Otherwise, if it was light, he would be injured. If it was heavy, he would be possessed by the devil. There were many cases where he even died on the spot. The 5 elements' murderous aura could only be used to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he wanted to break through while enduring the baptism of the 5 elements' murderous aura, it was simply courting death. Even if he was courting death, he should not seek it in such a way. Everything was ready, and the east wind had arrived. Lin Yi's breakthrough could be said to be a matter of course. In just half an hour, he was reborn without any wind or danger, and his whole temperament was completely new. Although there seemed to be only a thin line between the peak of the middle stage of gold core and the late stage of gold core, the meaning of the two was completely different. Before, he was just a typical gold core expert, but now he had reached a level where he could look forward to a higher realm. After entering the late stage of gold core, most cultivators had already begun to prepare for the next breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. Chu Bubi was an example. Ordinary cultivators were still like this, but Lin Yi was the strongest gold core cultivator who had a perfect breakthrough. The process from the late stage of gold core to the great perfection of gold core was much faster than ordinary people. Stepping into the late stage of gold core meant that he was not far from the Yuanying stage. Carefully feeling it? With the new power in his body, Lin Yi took a deep breath. From the peak of the middle stage of gold core to the late stage of gold core, he could clearly feel that the improvement in strength was not just a little bit, it was simply a skyrocketing increase. Of course, Lin Yi did not show too much joy. It was Lin Yi's consistent style to be indifferent. What's more, after seeing the Shishan Old Master, the evil cultivator of the mountain opening stage, and the even more terrifying spirit beast guards of the spirit beast clan, this little improvement in strength was not worth mentioning for those high and mighty super-existences. Naturally, Lin Yi would not be ecstatic for this little breakthrough. This trip to the South Continent opened Lin Yi's eyes. The level he saw was far higher than before. Advancing to the late stage of Gold Core was just a small step, and there was still a long way to go in the future. To be continued. Chapter 5995. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. Everyone could tell that Xiao Hongkai had broken at least 2 fingers, maybe even more. It's just a few of your fingers. This is just a small punishment for you. Who told you to be so arrogant and disrespectful to me, the Rookie King? Ha! Ma Dang laughed unscrupulously as he continued to use his feet to crush Xiao Hongkai's fingers. He did not use any true qi. He wanted to use this kind of ordinary method to torture Xiao Hongkai bit by bit until she collapsed. Vertex novel, however, Xiao Hongkai's performance greatly disappointed him. No matter how unbearable the pain from his finger was, this guy did not even make a sound. He just stared coldly at Ma Dun. Lu Bianren and the rest immediately spread out and surrounded the horse like a spear. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hongkai was being stepped on by him, they would definitely have made their move. As members of Lin Yi's faction, it could be said that they were bound together for good or bad. They would definitely not stand by and watch as Xiao Hongkai was killed. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a tough guy. Interesting. Ignoring Lu Bianren and the others who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey, Ma Dafeng put on an expression of a cat toying with a mouse as he looked down at Xiao Hongkai with great interest and said, "Actually, I'm not a murderous person. If you know what's good for you, lower your head and admit your mistake and sincerely call me grandfather a few times, maybe I'll be happy and spare your little life, lest others say that I'm cruel and merciless to my fellow disciples. How about it? I'll count to 3. Don't blame me if you miss this opportunity." Call you grandpa? So, you're saying that you're ready to join our Qiao family? Haha, unfortunately, our Qiao family's threshold is too high. We only accept people and not dogs. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Xiao Hongkai couldn't stop laughing. He didn't take his opponent's threat to heart at all. It would be a miracle if he was afraid of the threat of using a horse as a spear. Ma Daoqiang's expression turned cold, and he used even more strength to stomp on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiao Hongkai, and immediately started counting. Lu Bianren and the rest felt their hearts clench. Killing intent erupted from their bodies. If they were to allow Xiao Hongkai to die in the hands of the other party right under their noses, how would they be able to face Lin Yi in the future? At this moment, everyone only had the same thought in their minds. What bullsh*** T Rookie King? As long as he dared to kill Xiao Hongkai, even if he had to risk being severely punished by Blue Cloud Pavilion, he had to kill this bastard on the spot. 2. Ma Daoqiang continued counting. At the same time, he shot a disdainful glance at the murderous crowd. The trace of mockery in his eyes was obvious. Strictly speaking, the strength of the few present was not weak among the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, if they wanted to go against Ma Daoqiang with this little bit of strength, they were simply daydreaming. If these people dared to attack him, he wouldn't mind killing a few more people today. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He might as well wipe out everyone in Lin Yi's faction. Let's see who still dares to say that he was inferior to Lin Yi. 3. I've already counted for you. If you want to kill me, hurry up and do it. Don't dawdle here. You're annoying me. Xiao Hongkai curled his lips in disdain. Right now, he was being stepped on by the other party. He didn't have the ability to resist. If it was someone else, they might really be frightened by Ma Daoqiang. Unfortunately, he, Xiao Hongkai, had never known how the word death was written. What was there to be afraid of? You're really not afraid of death? Then I'll fulfill your wish. The killing intent in Ma Daoqiang's eyes intensified. At this moment, Xiao Hongcai's life was in his hands. Xiao Hongcai's life or death was completely in his hands. He didn't even need to move his finger. He could just send a wisp of true qi to ensure that Xiao Hongkai would die. Don't you dare! The one who spoke was not Xiao Hongkai. It was Lu Bianren, senior brother Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and Li Jingming. No matter how cautious they were, since things had come to this, they had no choice but to make a move. They couldn't just watch as Xiao Hongkai was killed by Ma Daoqiang. If they couldn't stop him, They could only choose to bury Ma Daoqiang with him and avenge Xiao Hongkai. Otherwise, how would they have the face to face Lin? The killing intent on the four of them soared, and they launched a surprise attack from 4 different directions. You're just a chicken and a stray dog. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Ma Daoqiang didn't even look at the 4 of them. He looked at Xiao Hongkai beneath his feet, and his gaze grew even more ferocious. It was as if Lu Bianren and the other 3 were completely beneath his notice. They weren't even worth a second glance. Seeing Ma Daoqiang's fearless attitude, Lu Bianren and the other 3 were not happy. Instead, they were worried. Without hesitation, they used their strongest killing moves. Although it was a good thing for the 4 of them to underestimate their enemy, was it really so? What happened next explained why Ma Daoqiang was so dismissive towards them. There was no other reason. The difference in their strength was too great. They weren't even on the same level. Ma Daoqiang used the same method he used against Xiao Hongkai. 4 cracks suddenly appeared beneath Ma Daoqiang's feet, and he appeared beneath Lu Bianren and the other 3 at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. However, this time, he didn't try to trap the 4 of them. Instead, a sharp spike shot out from the crack. The 4 of them didn't even have the chance to react. Speed was the only thing that couldn't be broken. However, the 4 sharp spikes that were used against Lu Bianren and the other 3 were formed from extremely concentrated vital energy. At the same time, they were terrifyingly hard and frighteningly fast. This was a method that was made purely for killing people. Not only was it extremely hidden and sudden, it was also extremely effective. Without exception, Lu Bianren and the other 3 were hit by the sharp spikes at the same time. Although they didn't manage to dodge in time, Lu Bianren, Xiao Ran, and Li Jingming were not ordinary people. Although their strength was far inferior to their opponents, their reactions were fast enough. When they were hit by the spikes, they barely managed to avoid being hit in the vitals. However, a large piece of flesh was scraped off their bodies at the same time. Blood was dripping, and it was a ghastly sight. In contrast, senior brother Ku, who was much less talented, was not so lucky. Accompanied by a hoarse scream, the sharp spike pierced through his right thigh without any resistance. His whole body was brought up, and blood splattered everywhere as he hung upside down in the air. Because of the intense pain, he struggled. Because of the struggle, the spike sank deeper and deeper, and the pain became more and more intense. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they couldn't move. They even forgot about their own injuries. The spike was sharp at the top and wide at the bottom. If senior brother Ku continued to struggle like this, the wound that pierced through his thigh would only get bigger and bigger. In the end, his entire right leg would be broken. Senior brother Ku. Xiao Hongkai, who was being stepped on by Ma Daoqiang, was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. To be continued, R527. Chapter 5996. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading please visit. This was indeed a feast at the bottom of the sea, but the host of the feast was not the hundreds of ferocious sea beasts that had gathered here. They were just food on the table, nothing more. Lin Yi looked at this shocking scene in his mind and suddenly became speechless. He watched as the super sea beast that looked like a giant electric eel surged out and devoured all the sea beasts that it had electrocuted. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but have an impulse to kneel and surrender to it. After finishing its meal, the giant electric eel was left with only the tempting and bloody carcass of the sea beast. It then turned around and lurked back into the deep sand, waiting for another prey to take the bait. Lin Yi fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. The ghostly thing once said that although the sea beasts and the spirit beasts were both beasts, they were completely different systems. To a certain extent, the spirit beasts were not much different from human cultivators as they prioritized cultivation throughout their long lives. However, the sea beasts were different. No matter how powerful the sea beasts were, they still maintained an extremely high bestial nature. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to cultivate. For them, eating blood was the best way to cultivate. The higher the level of existence they ate, the faster their strength would increase. This was a pure law of nature. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected in them. However, compared to the way the sea beasts lived, Lin Yi was more interested in something else, that flash of deep purple lightning. Lin Yi had been observing carefully since the beginning. Hundreds of sea beasts were attracted by the smell of blood. Any one of them was at least at the mysterious ascending stage. There were many sea beasts at the mountain opening stage, and there were even more than one at the sea splitting stage. However, with just a flash of lightning, all the sea beasts were electrocuted without any suspense. What a terrifying strength! At that moment, Lin Yi once again experienced what it meant to be creepy. However, in addition to the fear in his heart, he did not know why he had a strange impulse. His mind kept recalling the scene of the deep purple lightning, and the feeling became more and more intense. Out of the instinct to constantly become stronger, Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to imitate it. It was a pity that the scene was too fast and too short. Even if it was constantly replayed in his mind, he could not see it clearly. Lin Yi had the instinct to imitate it, but he could not grasp the essence. The memory fragments that were reflected in his mind continued. The giant electric eel was still lurking in the deep sand. But this time, it did not attract those bloodthirsty sea beasts. In fact, the eel had already eaten all the powerful sea beasts within 100 miles. In order to catch the next wave of sea beasts, it had to wait a few months. However, this time, it only took a few hours before it attracted an uninvited guest. The 5-poison dragon. Looking at the existence in the memory fragments from afar, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, it was a dragon that shone with 5 different colors. Its appearance was exactly the same as the most powerful 5 elements murderous chi that he had seen before, but it felt more real. Its body was larger, and its aura was more threatening. He'd never seen a 5-poison Jiao dragon before, but Lin Yi was certain that this was a 5-poison Jiao dragon. He slowly swam to the side of the sea beast's corpse. After the 5-poison dragon circled around it, it did not eagerly open its mouth to devour like the other sea beasts. After all, it was a true super-spiritual beast. Although eating flesh and blood was effective for it, it was not as attractive. However, it was not as attractive as it was for the sea beasts. Moreover, a few hours ago, over 100 powerful sea beasts had died here. The surrounding seawater was still lingering with a thick murderous aura that could not be dispersed. Even Lin Yi could easily sense that something was wrong, let alone the 5-poison dragon. The giant electric eel seemed to be very patient. No matter how the 5-poison dragon swam back and forth, it just hid in the deep sand and did not move. Although its body was huge, it perfectly blended in with its surroundings. Even the aura of its body was no different from that of its surroundings. Even though Lin Yi knew that it was hiding here, he could not find it after a moment of distraction. He could not see any flaws at all. Only the unique perspective in the memory fragments told Lin Yi that this super-spiritual beast that looked like a giant electric eel had not truly quietened down. It had been closely watching the 5-poison dragon's every move from beginning to end. It seemed to be ready to make a move at any time to electrocute the 5-poison dragon and then eat it to its heart's content. An almost undetectable electric current spread throughout the surrounding sea, covering a range of thousands of miles. However, because it was too weak, no creature in the sea could sense anything strange. This was a unique sensing method that belonged to the giant electric eel. It did not have eyes, nor did it use divine sense. However, these tiny electric currents were far more effective than divine sense. They were clearer and left no traces. The 5-poison dragon was the same as the other creatures in the sea. It did not seem to sense the existence of the giant electric eel at all. After circling around the sea beast's corpse twice, it finally prepared to eat it. However, at this moment, the deep purple electric arc that had appeared before descended once again. Lin Yi's heart immediately tightened. Seeing that the 5-poison dragon was about to follow in the footsteps of the hundreds of powerful sea beasts, he did not expect that the 5-poison dragon, which had been struck by the deep purple electric arc, would suddenly turn into a phantom formed from vital energy and then quickly dissipate. The true body of the 5-poison dragon had unknowingly appeared on top of the giant electric eel's head. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon roar, it waved its front claws, and a stream of 5-colored vital energy instantly pierced through the giant electric eel's body. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly trembled. After cultivating in the underground space for so long, his familiarity with the 5 elements killing aura could be said to be unparalleled. The stream of 5-colored vital energy that the 5 poison dragon had released at this moment was clearly an enhanced version of the 5 elements killing aura. If there was any difference between the two, it would be that it did not have the kind of natural intelligence that was born on its own. Instead, it was easier to control it with ease. When Lin Yi first saw the 5 elements killing aura, the ghost had said that as long as his strength was strong enough, he would be able to release a stream of 5 elements killing aura with a wave of his hand. At that time, Lin Yi had yearned to be able to do it himself. However, he did not have the extravagant hope of reaching this step in his subsequent cultivation. This was because with his current strength, it was impossible for him to activate the 5 elements killing aura. Lin Yi had never expected that after leaving the underground space, the scene that he had thought would only exist in his dream would actually become a reality. However, it did not happen to him, but to the 5 poison dragon. To be continued. Chapter 5997. As he sighed with emotion, the memory fragments that were reflected in Lin Yi's mind suddenly became intense. The 5 elements murderous chi of the 5 poisons flood dragon did not kill it in one blow. Instead, it completely stimulated the ferocity of the giant electric eel. When a super sea beast that could even swallow an existence at the sea-splitting stage went berserk, this scene was tantamount to the end of the world. The surging fighting spirit and the sharp murderous chi seemed to be the only two things left between heaven and earth, covering the sky and covering the earth in all directions. Out of his instinct to protect himself, Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to escape from this terrible and dangerous battlefield. Even if he only saw this scene in the memory fragments that were reflected in his mind, the terrifying pressure that seemed to have materialized still made him breathless. However, just like in the beginning, Lin Yi had already fallen into the memory fragments and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he could not control his own will at all. The scene of the earth-shattering battle between the 5 poisons flood dragon and the giant electric eel was deeply reflected in his mind uncontrollably. Even if he closed his eyes, everything was always clear. In an instant, Lin Yi's whole body began to tremble violently like a sieve. It looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Just as the ghostly thing could not help but want to interrupt him, Lin Yi suddenly stopped moving. His whole body actually entered a strange state. Gigi, is this boy really blessed, or is his innate talent so unique? How can he always encounter such good things that others can't even dream of? The ghostly thing could not help but click its tongue in wonder. At this moment, Lin Yi had once again entered an incomparably mysterious state of epiphany. However, unlike the unconscious awakening of his divine sense last time, he would only know what he could comprehend this time after he woke up. The only thing that the ghostly thing had to do now was to keep a lookout for him. This opportunity could not be asked for. It must not be interrupted by external forces. At this moment, in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness, the 5 poisons flood dragon and the giant electric eel were fighting fiercely. Powerful 5 elements murderous chi and dark purple electric arcs were constantly colliding between heaven and earth. Every time they collided, the world changed color. For the surrounding seas and even the entire ocean, it was like they had experienced an apocalyptic disaster. At this time, Lin Yi once again felt the stirring instinctively when he first saw the dark purple electric arc. However, this time, he was not imitating the dark purple electric arc, but the 5 elements murderous aura released by the 5 poison dragon. After all, Lin Yi had a deep understanding of the 5 elements murderous aura, and now that he saw the 5 poison serpent using it again and again, it was as if he had a ready-made teacher. It was an obvious opportunity for him to learn, and if he didn't hurry up and learn, that Lin Yi was really stupid. Be it the 5 poison flood dragon or the giant electric eel, they were both super ferocious beasts that should not exist in this world. Furthermore, they seemed to be well matched in strength. This unprecedented battle did not end in just a few moves. Instead, it unexpectedly fell into a stalemate of attrition. The more they fought, the angrier they became. In the end, they used all their trump cards and entered a state where they would not stop until one of them died. This benefited Lin, who was a bystander. Otherwise, if the 5 poison flood dragons' attack was like the giant electric eel's dark purple electric arc, the battle ended in a flash. If it ended in a flash, he would not even be able to tell how it attacked, let alone secretly learn it. But now, disregarding everything else, the 5 poison flood dragon had activated the 5 elements murderous chi no less than 100 times. The entire process was clearly seen by Lin Yi, who was a bystander and a peeping scholar. In addition, he already had a deep understanding of the 5 elements murderous chi. Learning it secretly was naturally twice the result with half the effort. This was especially so for Lin Yi, who was currently immersed in a rare state of epiphany. Whether it was his insight or his ability to practice, they were far from ordinary. Normally, he would not even dare to think about it. At this moment, he instinctively began to do things, learning bit by bit. Every time the 5 poison flood dragon activated the 5 elements murderous chi, Lin Yi would try to imitate it. Although he was confused at first, after repeating it over 100 times, Lin Yi's actions gradually began to look more like it. They were both murderous chi of the 5 elements. Although the murderous chi that the 5 poison flood dragon activated and the murderous chi that was formed naturally were essentially the same, they were two completely different things. The former was a powerful martial art that could be controlled by cultivators, while the latter was a powerful force that belonged to the heavens and earth. It could not be desecrated, nor could it be imitated. After an unknown amount of time, a faint stream of vital energy suddenly overflowed from Lin Yi's palm. In terms of power, it was completely unsightly. Any cultivator in the foundational stage could easily destroy it. However, after sensing this vital energy, even the ghostly thing could not help but be a little surprised. This was a murderous chi of the 5 elements. Although it was very weak, it was indeed a 5-colored vital energy. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present. There was no doubt that this was a real murderous chi of the 5 elements. He actually succeeded in learning it? This kid is really a freak. The ghostly thing was stunned for a long time before it cried out in shock. It did say that as long as one was strong enough, one could activate the murderous chi of the 5 elements, but that was at least after the mountain opening stage. Lin Yi was only at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. From the ghostly thing's point of view, a move like the murderous chi of the 5 elements was a terrifying martial art that could kill anyone in the mountain opening stage or even higher. Now, it was mastered by a kid at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. What kind of scene would that be? Once Lin Yi truly displayed the murderous chi of the 5 elements, the scene would definitely not be as simple as fighting against an enemy of a higher level. It would feel like a 3-year-old suddenly taking out a gun from his pocket. It was not a toy gun, but a real gun that could really take a person's life. Even with the ghostly thing's experience and knowledge, it could not help but shudder at the thought of that scene. After spending so much time with Lin Yi, it had always thought that Lin Yi was a monster among humans. However, now that it thought about it, not only humans but all living creatures in the world were definitely abnormal existences. Compared to the former Azure Dragon, this kid was definitely a freak. After successfully activating the murderous chi of the 5 elements for the first time, Lin Yi did not show any expression of joy on his face. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in that state, repeating it over and over again. Chapter 5998. Oh, your eyesight is not bad. You know that I want to rob you. Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and take out all the good stuff. The curly-bearded man immediately burst into laughter, and then he added, "Don't play tricks on me. You must have something good in your hands since you ventured out of the South Continent. If you hand it over consciously, I can spare your life. If you play tricks on me, I can only feed you to the sea beasts. You don't look like a fool. I hope you are a smart person." "I believe I am a smart person, but it's hard to say whether you are." "Robbery? Hee, this is really not a big deal in the South Continent Sea. But do you know what happened to those guys who robbed me last time?" Lin Yi was still sitting on the back of the spirit bird and said with a playful smile. "What happened?" The curly-bearded man was not in a hurry to make a move. He also put on an expression like a cat playing with a mouse. He squinted at Lin Yi and seemed to be calculating how many benefits he could get this time. 3 were thrown into the sea to feed the beasts, and the last one is locked up. We don't know if he's alive or not, but I don't think you'll be that lucky. There's still the sea all around us, and it'd be easier to just feed the beasts. It'd be a perfect ending, don't you think? Lin Yi said seriously. TSK, you are really arrogant. You want to throw me into the sea to feed the sea beasts? Ha! The curly-bearded man suddenly laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was out of breath and could not stop for a long time. Lin Yi glanced at him and suddenly ordered the spirit bird under him. It seems that he is a psychopath. He is so pitiful. God is kind to all living things. Let's go. After that, the man and the bird really left. The curly-bearded man who was still laughing almost fainted when he saw this. Just now, Lin Yi looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. This kid actually dared to treat him as an idiot. With a scream, the ghost-eyed golden eagle, who was left behind, caught up in an instant. With lightning speed, it blocked in front of Lin Yi and the spirit bird. The corner of the curly-bearded man's mouth twitched. He stared coldly at Lin Yi and said, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, right? Well, you have guts. Today, I really don't want any treasures from you. Just because of what you said just now, you must die today." After that, the momentum of the curly-bearded man suddenly skyrocketed. His overbearing momentum unreservedly oppressed Lin Yi and the spirit bird. The spirit bird lost its balance and almost fell into the sea. Even Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. This guy was actually a mystic ascending stage master. Although it seemed that he was only at the early stage of the mysterious ascension realm, experts of this level would have a foothold no matter where they went. Even the most powerful sects would treat them as distinguished guests. Not to mention being an elder in power, no matter how bad it was, he could at least be a guest. If he was in the 3 pavilions of the North Island, he would already have the opportunity to enter the Elders' Council. To be honest, Lin Yi had never thought that such an existence would come out to be a robber. The things in this world were really strange. There were all kinds of people. A dignified early-stage mysterious ascension stage master could not make money doing anything. Why did he have to come out to be a robber? Looking at Lin Yi's incredulous eyes, the curly-bearded man suddenly laughed proudly again. He liked this kind of look the most. So every time he looked for someone to make a move, he would not show his cultivation at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage at the beginning. Only when it was almost time to make a move would he show his sharpness. This was the feeling of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Afraid? Haha, unfortunately it's too late. If you had taken the initiative to hand over the treasure just now, I might have let you live. But now, since I said that you must die, there is no second possibility. Do you understand the law? The curly-bearded man laughed unscrupulously. The law follows the law? Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. Seeing that the guy was still looking at him like he was an idiot, he frowned slightly and said, "You can't really be an idiot, right? If the law follows the law, I would have died the moment you said the word, die. How could I still be alive now? I say, how did you get your strength at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage? Don't you need IQ to cultivate these days?" After hearing this, the curly-bearded man's face turned red. Even with sunglasses, it could be seen that the law follows the law was just him blowing his own trumpet. With his cultivation at the early stage of mysterious ascension stage, he was at least 108,000 miles away from the real law follows the law. You have a sharp tongue. Good, very good, I've changed my mind now. I've decided not to throw you into the sea to feed the sea beasts. I'll beat you until you're crippled, then hang you up with a rope and drag you into the sea to fish for sea beasts. What do you think of this idea? The curly-bearded man said angrily. It's not bad, but I think the sea beasts might not like to eat my meat. They definitely prefer to eat someone with a stronger smell of blood. It seems that you are more suitable. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The curly-bearded man flew into a rage. He was choked for a long time and couldn't say a word. Only now did he finally realize one thing. If they really wanted to bicker, even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be a match for this sharp-tongued kid. How about it? You also think it makes sense, right? Lin Yi just crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have the mood to talk nonsense with a robber, even if the other party was a mysterious ascension stage master. But now he was in a good mood, and this was the first time he saw a living person in more than half a year, so he unconsciously wanted to play around with him. Being looked at by Lin Yi like this, the curly-bearded man's anger soared to the heavens. He immediately lost the thought of a cat playing with a mouse, and immediately said with a murderous look, "I've seen many people who don't know life from death, but it's the first time I've seen someone as reckless as you. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. It's useless to just talk, it will only make your death more miserable. Remember this in your next life." After saying that, the curly-bearded man no longer gave Lin Yi a chance to speak. He suddenly pulled out a pitch-black long rod from behind him, and along with a roar, he smashed the rod down towards Lin Yi's head from afar. His rod was 2 feet long, and the distance between the two parties was at least more than 10 feet. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to hit Lin. But when the rod fell, it turned into a large and fierce shadow of the rod that blotted out the sky and earth. The terrible murderous aura that was revealed was enough to change the color of the world. Chapter 6000. Ma Dongqiang was wrapped in thick bandages, and his 2 underlings carried him back to Blue Cloud Pavilion Residence No. 1. After all, the environment here was much better than Dan Hall, and it was more suitable for recuperation. Apex novel. However, when he saw that Residence No. 1 was brightly lit, especially when he heard the sounds of laughter coming from inside, Ma Dongqiang's already miserable face turned even paler. He even wanted to occupy his own residence. Motherf asterisk Kerlini, this bastard was too much. Dongqiang bro, what should we do? The 2 underlings looked at Ma Dongqiang awkwardly. Listening to the voices of Lin Yi and the others, they didn't even dare to go within 100 meters, let alone let them step into the main door. Even Ma Dongqiang, with his strength, almost died without knowing why. If it were them, wouldn't they be looking for death? The 2 underlings were afraid, but Ma Dongqiang himself was even more afraid. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought of Lin Yi's name. Losing wasn't scary, what was scary was not knowing how he lost, and how much difference was there between their strengths. Ma Dongqiang didn't dare to think deeper, and he didn't dare to face Lin Yi again. Although Residence No. 1 still belonged to him in name, he wouldn't dare to ask for it from Lin even if he was given 10,000 guts. He was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Bring me to Soaring Pavilion, I want to find Chong bro, hurry. Ma Dongqiang roared hysterically. Under the stimulation of his anger, the wounds on his legs that hadn't healed started bleeding again, and he almost fainted from the pain. However, he still forced himself to hold on. He couldn't bear this anger even if he was beaten to death, he wasn't willing to accept it. The 2 lackeys did not dare to neglect and immediately carried the horse as a spear to the Soaring Sky Pavilion. They did not care that the sky was getting dark and knocked on the door in the middle of the night. They hurriedly carried the horse into Su Lingchong's residence. This place was the same as Blue Cloud Pavilion No. 1, and it was also brightly lit. It wasn't just Su Lingchong himself. Meng Tong, Kong Ming, and Zhong Pingliang were all present as well. Today was their usual meeting day. When they saw Ma Dongqiang's miserable appearance at the moment, Su Lingchong and others were instantly stunned. Ma Dongqiang had just told them in the morning that he was going to set off for the South Island. Why did he suddenly become so miserable? Brother Chong, I saw Lin. Ma Dongqiang's first words shocked everyone. The news of Lin Yi's return had already spread like wildfire outside, but they had been locked up in the meeting room all this time, so they had no idea about it. Upon hearing this name that made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do about it. Su Lingchong and the others' expressions changed subtly, especially Pin Liang, who was secretly surprised. He, Lu Bianren, and the others had been worried about Lin Yi, and now he could finally relax. Lin? When did this guy come back? Su Lingchong's expression changed. Today, I met him when I went to the North Island Cultivators Guild to take a mission, and then. Ma Dongqiang looked down at the bandage on his leg that was soaked with blood, and said with grief and indignation, "It's all because of this bastard Lin Yi that I ended up in this situation. Brother Chong, you have to help me." "Did you fight with him?" Su Lingchong frowned and glanced at his knee. Yes, I wanted to help you, Brother Chong. So I challenged him in public, but I didn't expect this bastard to be more powerful than I thought. I accidentally fell into his trap. Brother Chong, you have to get back at him. Don't let that bastard get carried away. Ma Dongqiang said embarrassedly. Although he had been traumatized by Lin Yi's unfathomable means in his heart, he couldn't admit defeat verbally. Otherwise, how could he go out and meet people? Ma Dongqiang looked at Su Lingchong with a burning gaze. They had always been at odds with Lin Yi, and the reason why they went against Lin Yi this time was also because of the mission he gave them. Therefore, it was reasonable for Su Lingchong to stand up for him, and with Master Su's strength, he would definitely not let that bastard Lin Yi have it easy. When the time comes, he would definitely be able to get back at him. However, Su Lingchong's next sentence made him dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Is your brain filled with sh*t? Ma Dongqiang didn't react for a moment. I asked you to find out information about Lin Yi, but did I say that I asked you to provoke him? Did I ask you to find trouble with him? Su Lingchong said expressionlessly. But Ma Dongqiang immediately had a wronged expression. When he gave the mission, Su Lingchong indeed didn't say anything about dealing with Lin Yi, but when everyone talked about Lin Yi during meetings, they would always be filled with righteous indignation, as if they wanted to tear that bastard into pieces. Furthermore, didn't they go through so much trouble to find Lin Yi just to deal with him? Could it be that they were wrong? But myas, even I don't dare to easily go against that bastard, and you still want to go? Do you think that you're more capable than me? Su Lingchong's face darkened as he turned around and pointed at the others. Come, you go and ask them. Ask them, who among them dares to find trouble with Lin Yi alone? Ma Dongqiang heard that and looked at the others. His gaze swept across Meng Tong, Kong Mingming, and Zhong Pingliang, only to find that all of them were shaking their heads. He was completely stunned. As far as he knew, these people weren't cowards. Why were they so afraid of that bastard Lin Yi? Normally, even if their strength was slightly inferior, they wouldn't shake their heads so resolutely. It was as if the words, "I'm afraid of Lin," were written on their faces. Did they not even want the most basic of face? Unfortunately, he didn't expect that even though Su Lingchong and the others were prideful people, they weren't idiots. After suffering so many losses at Lin Yi's hands, if they still didn't learn their lesson after this, then it could only be said that there was something wrong with their brains. Did you see that? You idiot! Which one of these people here doesn't have a higher position than you? So many of them don't dare to provoke Lin Yi, but you? You even dared to challenge him in front of everyone? You're lucky that he didn't kill you this time. Su Lingchong pointed at Ma Dongqiang's nose and scolded, I asked you to go and find information, not to send you to your death. Do you think that your wings have hardened and you can ignore this young master's words? I don't dare. Ma Dongqiang quickly shook his head. His already ugly face instantly turned even paler. If Su Lingchong really thought that he was disloyal, then he would be dead for sure. Chapter 6001. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading please visit. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, Lin Yi's heart completely calmed down. Unknowingly, he felt a sense of security that he hadn't felt for a long time. Previously, after experiencing so many things in the South Continent, although he had been cultivating and improving, Lin Yi could clearly feel that there was a lingering impetuosity in his heart. The root cause was actually not difficult to find. Cultivation was about tension and relaxation. During the 1.5 years in the South Continent, especially after being hunted by the West Mountain sect elder, when was there a time when he was completely relaxed? Once one's nerves were strained for too long, there would always be repercussions. This was like a ticking time bomb. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but who knew when it would make one pay a heavy price? However, even with Lin Yi's temperament, he could only suppress this impetuosity, but could not completely eradicate it. Originally, after returning to the North Island, Lin Yi planned to relax for a while and release his stress. Unfortunately, Tiandan Pavilion was in urgent need of elixirs, so he had to hurry up and make elixirs. As soon as he finished making elixirs, he was asked by Shanghai Laner to be her bodyguard. Lin Yi thought that if he wanted to really rest and relax, he would have to wait until he came back from West Island, But he didn't expect that after watching the sunrise on a whim today, the trace of impetuosity in his heart suddenly disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. He glanced at the Shangguan laner and the little curly bear beside him. At this moment, the man and the pet were completely intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of the rising sun. It was as if their eyes were going to melt. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Admiring the beautiful sunrise on the sea was indeed a great joy in life. Lin Yi was about to revel in it, but for some reason he suddenly had a very unnatural feeling. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the dark, but he couldn't find the owner of this gaze. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he silently extended his divine sense. With the current strength of his divine sense, it was sufficient to cover the entire treasured ship. However, he suddenly discovered a shocking fact. He couldn't lock onto this observer. This time, Lin Yi was shocked. He was no longer in the mood to watch the sunrise. This time, in the West Island mission, the top management of the 3 pavilions symbolically sent 3 elders, and the others were not particularly outstanding masters. There were only a few people who could completely avoid the perception of Lin Yi's divine senses. Those who could do this, at least, would not be the kind of people like Su Lingchong. Although the other party was a nascent soul stage expert, if he dared to use his spiritual sense to monitor Lin Yi could pull him out and beat him up in minutes. They were only at the same level of strength, but in reality, they were not on the same level. There's no need to look. It's Ram Jie and Lan Tiefu, the ghostly thing suddenly said. What? 2 people? Lin Yi was shocked. He could guess that this person was one of them, but he didn't think that both of them would be staring at him at the same time, and he could only rely on his intuition to discover one of them. His consciousness, which he thought was so strong, was completely useless in front of this person. Well, it's 2, the ghostly thing confirmed. Then which one did I feel? Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi was stunned and speculated. In his opinion, Lan Tiefu's strength must be slightly inferior to Ram Jie's. Then the one he felt must be him. But even so, it was not simple. This senior brother who was in charge of the inner core of Soaring Sky Pavilion was really not simple, since he could completely hide from his spiritual sense. No. The one you detected was Ram Jie. The strength of that Lan Tiefu is even more unfathomable, even stronger than that of Ram Jie. The ghostly thing's tone was also a little weird. Stronger than Ram Jie? How's that possible? Lin Yi was stunned. Ram Jie was a super genius handpicked by Shanghai Tianhua. He was recognized as the #1 person of the new generation in the North Island. How could Lan Tiefu be stronger than him? Wouldn't that be unworthy of his name? I also find it a little strange, but it's the truth. It seems that the 3 major pavilions in the North Island aren't as simple as the outside world says. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The ghostly thing sighed. Even in its eyes, Ram Jie could be regarded as a super genius that only appeared once in a century. Now that Lan Tiefu, who was even stronger, suddenly appeared, the foundation of such a strong person was really not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing that, Lin Yi was shocked speechless. He didn't expect that the confidant of Shanghai Tianhua could be so strong that even Ram Jie could be suppressed by him. It could be seen that the title of the eldest senior brother of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion was not for nothing. Although Jia Mufan wasn't simple, he was still a far cry from the unfathomable Lan Tiefu. This alone was enough to see the huge gap between Soaring Sky Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion. Their foundations were not on the same level at all. Soaring Sky Pavilion could always dominate the situation of the North Island purely because of their strength, which Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't compare to. What's the strength of this Lan Tiefu? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. No matter what, he was now the 2nd senior brother of the inner sanctum of Blue Cloud Pavilion. In terms of position, they were on the same level. Lin Yi really wanted to know the gap between him and Lan Tiefu. It's meaningless even if you know. It's better if you don't say it. The ghostly thing kept him guessing. Lin Yi was stunned again, and he was even more shocked. The meaning of the ghostly thing's words was very clear. He and Lan Tiefu were not on the same level at all. Once he revealed Lan Tiefu's true strength, he was afraid that he would be shocked. Originally, he thought that even if Lan Tiefu was strong, he wouldn't be too ridiculously strong. At most, he would be at the profound ascension stage. One should know that profound ascension stage was already the mainstay of the top 3 pavilions. If a eldest senior brother of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion was stronger than him, then there was no need for the top management to be in the first place. However, the ghostly thing's attitude clearly told him that Lan Tiefu's strength was not just at the profound ascension stage. Otherwise, there was no need to keep him guessing. Is he as strong as you at your peak, senior? Lin Yi asked cautiously. This time he was really shocked. His evaluation of Lan Tiefu had suddenly jumped to the mountain opening stage. Could this guy be an earth opening stage expert? Or a higher stage, the sea splitting stage? If someone said that the strength of the inner sanctum of Soaring Sky Pavilion could reach above the mountain opening stage before this, Lin Yi would definitely scoff at it. But now, after experiencing it personally, his previous understanding of the entire North Island had changed. The strength of the North Island was not as weak as the rumors said. In fact, he was simply hiding his strength, it was just that few people knew about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he's stronger than me, then how can I perceive him so easily? The ghostly thing said speechlessly. Oh. Lin Yi was a little relieved. If the ghostly thing said that Lan Tiefu's strength was still above him, then he would really be scared today. To be continued. Chapter 6002. Otherwise, you can just not go to the 10,000-year canyon, and they won't be able to stop you. But if you do that, it will be difficult to gain anything from this trial. In my opinion, you should obediently do as they say. This way, you can still get back what you spent in the 10,000-year canyon. Maybe you'll even be lucky. Are you stupid? You dare to believe Scarface's bullshit about eating people without spitting out the bones? It's true that there are good things in the 10,000-year canyon, but do you think you can just casually pick up the treasures inside? There are so many terrifying things inside that you can't even imagine. Even if you go in alive, it's hard to say if you can come out alive. You still want to get back what you spent? That's right. Do you know how big Scarface's appetite is? Even if you go in, even if you are really lucky enough to find something good, when you come out, won't he plunder it again? Will he let you go so easily? Can't you use a little brain? Someone else echoed. Hearing this, the faces of the nearby cultivators became extremely ugly. This was the truth. Scarface was definitely not a kind and honest person. If he let you in, he would plunder it again. Of course, he would plunder it again when he let you out. This was something that could be done even if you used your toes to think. If you worked for him for free and risked your life, what else could you do? Then what else is there to say? We can only avoid this damn place. Even if the harvest is a little less, it's still better than letting Scarface plunder it. I'm not stupid. Immediately, some people wanted to retreat. Many people had the same idea, but not everyone was willing to retreat. After all, once they retreated, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack in the desert. Instead of that, it was better to risk it. Riches and honor came from danger. Sure enough, while everyone was talking in low voices, a man in gray suddenly jumped out from the crowd and attracted everyone's attention. I am Duan Wuzong of the Thousand Blades sect. I don't have any treasures on me. Because of this, I must go to the 10,000-year canyon. I hope you can help me. I believe you don't want to fight to the death over such a small matter. That won't be good for either of us. As the gray-robed man spoke, he revealed a powerful and overbearing aura. He was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. The moment this Duan Wuzong appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened. The reason they had surrounded this place was because they were in a dilemma. It was precisely because they lacked a leader. But now, one had finally appeared. Oh, it looks like a tough guy has come and is ready to challenge me alone? Scarface looked disdainful and carelessly glanced at Duan Wuzong. I wouldn't dare. Whether the others live or die has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking you to open the door. After all, if we really fight, it's not a good thing for both of us. Perhaps someone might even fish in troubled waters, don't you think? Duan Wuzong's tone was hard to conceal his pride. Hee, this guy is going to walk into a mine. From afar, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. This Thousand Blades Sex Duan Wuzong was indeed a rare expert, and could be regarded as an outstanding existence among the group of peak Yuanying stage cultivators. It was normal for him to have such arrogance and confidence, but unfortunately, the opponent was, after all, an expert at the peak of the early profound ascension stage. He wouldn't fall for this. You don't think he'll win? Hui Yudi couldn't help but ask curiously. In her opinion, this person was very strong. Just as he said, if they really fought, even if it wasn't a lose-lose situation, it would definitely cause Scarface to let him go. Of course, Scarface's group is small in number. It's because of their deterrence that they can control so many people. If he sets a precedent, do you think so many people here will still be trembling in fear and not dare to move? Once the situation gets out of control, even with Scarface's strength, he won't be able to control it. Then he will completely fail as the Mountain King. Lin Yi analyzed. Then what will he do? Hui Yudi asked thoughtfully. Of course he will destroy this Duan Wuzong with lightning speed. As long as he can establish his dominance in one fell swoop, no one here will dare to resist him anymore. They can only obediently let him plunder. Lin Yi smiled faintly. At the same time, he put himself aside. A peak early-stage profound ascension expert was an unparalleled deterrent to others, but don't forget that he had killed a profound ascension expert a long time ago, and it was an instant kill. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Scarface made a decision and laughed loudly. Haha, this daddy has occupied this place for so many years, and there really aren't many who dare to threaten this daddy face to face. Surnamed Duan, you're a bit interesting, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated. Threaten this daddy? Do you think this daddy is the kind of coward who is afraid of threats? After saying that, Scarface suddenly let out a long roar and immediately attacked. Duan Wuzong was shocked. He stood up not to fight Scarface, but simply to make the other party feel that he was not to be trifled with, so he retreated. Who would have thought that the other party would not even spare him a glance? Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, a pile of divine weapons suddenly appeared on Duan Wuzong's body. All kinds of swords, spears, swords, halberds, everything needed. Counting them, there were at least 13 of them. No one knew how he carried them with him, but they all floated around him. The formation was quite astonishing. The crowd instantly gasped. Although they had yet to officially fight, this Duan Wuzong was truly powerful. From the looks of it, he could control 13 weapons at the same time. This was truly inconceivable. If an ordinary expert were to face him, wouldn't they be surrounded and beaten to death by these weapons in a matter of minutes? I've long heard that the Thousand Blades Sex martial techniques are unique. It is said that the stronger the Thousand Blades Sex disciple is, the more weapons they can control. When they reach the limit, it is even possible to achieve 1,000 blades at the same time. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Hui Yudi sighed. Hee, it is indeed a bit interesting. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be interested. He had seen many experts before, and there was no lack of all kinds of strange and cunning methods. But this was the first time he had seen someone who could control more than 10 weapons at the same time. I'll say it one last time. If you let me go, nothing will happen between us. Otherwise, the situation will become chaotic. With so many people here, the situation is not something you can control. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Duan Wuzong still did not want to use weapons. Although he had full confidence in his own strength, to say that he could really defeat an expert at the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension was obviously a fool's dream. To be continued. Chapter 6003. If you have read this chapter, please go to topnovel/www.23wx.com or search for Top Novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, Top Novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D. Point. Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D page. Small. Say /www.zthi.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D page, novel, or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wwx.com. If you have read this chapter, please move to the latest chapter. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to topnovel/www.23wx.com or search for Top Novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, Top Novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D. Point. Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D page. Small. Say /www.zthi.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D page, novel, or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wwx.com. If you have read this chapter, please move to the latest chapter. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to topnovel/www.23wx.com or search for Top Novel or 23wx.com on Baidu. Please remember our new URL, Top Novel. http://www.wx.com. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please move to page D. Point. Small. You can also search for novel or 2-inch directly on Baidu. Keep in mind our new website. If you have read this chapter, please click here. You can also search directly on Baidu. Please remember our new website address. If you have read this chapter, please go to D page. Small. Say /www.zthi.com to read the latest chapter. You can also search for D page, novel, or 2-inch on Baidu. And please remember our new website, http://www.2wwx.com. Chapter 6004. Div class equals add_read. Squinting eyes face script, show_read. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous boom rang out from above her head. An extremely thick pillar of lightning came crashing down, and the terrifying aura it produced caused Huiyuti's expression to change drastically. Not to mention a peak nascent soul cultivator, even a peak profound ascension stage cultivator would be struck to death by this pillar of lightning. Today, they really were going to die before they could succeed. However, what happened next stunned her. This incomparably terrifying pillar of lightning wasn't aimed at her or Lin. Instead, it was aimed at the 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch. Following that, under Huiyuti's astonished gaze, the originally unremarkable 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch didn't shatter into pieces. Instead, it suddenly shone with boundless radiance, as if a peerless treasure had been baptized by heavenly lightning, revealing its astonishing appearance. From the looks of it, it should be a success. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the 5 Lightning Tribulation Memorial Arch, which had undergone a drastic change in shape. Previously, it had only looked like a memorial arch, but now, it was covered with all kinds of exquisite and profound runes. Furthermore, a circle of light that was neither too big nor too small had appeared at the edge of the memorial arch. It rippled in a very orderly manner. This kind of circle of light gave off a very familiar feeling. It was a bit like a teleportation formation. This really seems to have broken the formation. But how is this possible? Hui Yudi stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. She had a rough idea of what would happen after breaking the formation. The information she had received was almost identical to what she was seeing right now. However, she still couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Yi in disbelief. Can you really use 5 different types of qi at the same time? Yes, this martial skill of mine is a bit special, Lin Yi vaguely explained. Then he said, let's go. Oh, looks like I found the right person. Hui Yudi was very relieved. If Lin Yi didn't have this skill, this matter would have been quite troublesome. Perhaps they wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate in the end. However, everything was resolved now. According to the information she had received, as long as they could break this heavenly lightning formation. There were no more obstacles after that. The two of them didn't hesitate and immediately walked into the circle of light at the edge of the 5 lightning tribulation memorial arch. Sure enough, this circle of light was a small teleportation array. However, it was different from the teleportation arrays they had seen before. The other teleportation arrays required a certain amount of time to activate, but this one was different. As soon as Lin Yi and Hui Yudi walked into the circle of light, the scene before them immediately changed. Rather than calling this a teleportation, it was more like opening Doraemon's anywhere door. Once the door was pushed open, they would be transported to another place. At this moment, the scene unfolded in front of them. It was a narrow, one-way passageway. Above him was a line of sky. Dense thunderclouds covered the passageway. It was a daunting sight. In the beginning, Lin Yi had considered going up to explore the passageway. However, when he saw the thick thunderclouds, he quickly dismissed the idea. Recklessly going up would definitely result in him getting struck to death by lightning. Hui Yudi heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Even though that was what the intelligence had told her, she was still worried that some unexpected danger would crop up. But from the looks of it, there seemed to be no danger for the time being. Let's go, Lin said. Then he led the way forward. There was only a one-way passageway in front of them. There was no other choice. In any case, he had the jade pendant to warn him. Even if there was danger, he could react in advance. After 3 turns, Lin Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Hui Yudi was caught off guard and bumped into him. She asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" "There's no other way." Lin Yi's voice was filled with an inexplicable excitement. "There's no other way?" Hui Yudi was stunned. Her head poked out from behind Lin Yi's back. Then she was also stunned. Her eyes flickered with incomparable excitement. She muttered excitedly, "Thunder Mystic Vine. This is the Thunder Mystic Vine." There was indeed no path ahead of the two of them. There was only an extremely precipitous cliff. However, on top of this cliff, there were several strangely shaped vines. In addition to being slightly thicker than ordinary vines, the most prominent feature was that its surface flashed with electric arcs from time to time. Without a doubt, this was the Thunder Mysterious Vine. Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up after he counted them. There were actually 5 Thunder Mystic Vines in this place. However, 2 of them had been cut down at some unknown time. Only 2 roots of different lengths were left. The remaining 3 Thunder Mystic Vines had different growth patterns. One of them was obviously very mature. Not only was its vine much thicker than the others, even the electric arcs that occasionally flashed across its surface were much more powerful and frequent. As for the remaining 2 Thunder Mystic Vines, they were relatively young. One of them was showing signs of maturing, while the other had just sprouted. Even the vines hadn't officially spread out yet. So the 5 Thunder Mystic Vines are alternating with each other. Lin Yi immediately understood. Looking at the situation, the 5 Thunder Mystic Vines' growth cycle just happened to stagger. In other words, it was basically guaranteed that there would be 1 Thunder Mystic Vine that just happened to mature in every trial. It seemed that these Thunder Mystic Vines weren't purely natural. Someone had carefully arranged them. As for the purpose, it was most likely to ensure the value of the Western Island trial. After all, the Thunder Mystic Vine was a heavenly treasure at the bottom of the box. If there was a break in the middle, the Western Island trial wouldn't be as famous as it was now. That's the one. Hurry up and chop it down. Hui Yudi pointed at the fully matured lightning mystical vine and said excitedly, "Cut it down?" Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He asked curiously, "Why do you want to cut it down? Isn't it good to take it back with the roots? This can be taken back and planted, right? But don't you know the rules of the cultivation world?" Hui Yudi glanced at Lin Yi and saw that he really didn't understand what she was talking about. She explained, "Always leave a way out, especially when it comes to treasures. If there's no special circumstances, you can't cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. After all, what you've encountered is your own destiny, but you can't deprive other practitioners of their destiny because of it. You have to know that if you go too far, your destiny will come to an end." "Oh, I've learned." Lin Yi nodded humbly. He really didn't expect that the Heaven Stage Island would actually have this kind of established rule. It seemed that in the cultivation world, other than deception, there were rules that didn't follow. Greed was human nature. If there weren't such rules, all the heavenly treasures on the Heaven Stage Island would have been dug up long ago. Leaving a way out for others was equivalent to leaving a way out for oneself. However, since this kind of rule was established, it meant that it wasn't mandatory. Apart from disciples like Hui Yudi who came from the East Province Academy or famous sects, others might not necessarily follow the rules. It's the second day of the School Bells TV series. I heard that the response is very good, and it's super good. Everyone, go to Aichi. Murloc's Public Prestige, Urin 22. To be continued, DIV. Chapter 6005. Since the surprise attack was most likely a smokescreen, Lin Yi made a bold guess. Even if there were more similar incidents, there would not be too many. Now that everyone had returned to their base, it would be difficult to have too much of an impact. The military force of the City Guards institution was enough to control the situation. Lin Yi did not think that he should be tied up here. He had to find out the real purpose of the mastermind. In a pavilion, Zheng Tianqing proudly played with a jade bottle in his hand. This was the last hallucinogenic potion. He had deliberately left it unused. There was not much difference between 5 and 6. The impact it had caused had far exceeded Zheng Tianqing's initial expectations. Hee, I am indeed a genius. Should I give the last one to Lin Yi's minions? Zheng Tianqing was very tempted by this idea, but he still did not dare to cause trouble for Lin. There were no powerful masters among the people of 5 Elements Commerce this time. Even if they were under the influence of the hallucinogenic potion, they would not be able to cause too much damage. They might even be subdued as soon as the hallucinogenic potion took effect. Even if they could kill 1 or 2 minions, it would not hurt Lin Yi at all. If the matter was exposed with Lin Yi's protective personality, he might directly destroy the Zheng family. Forget it. If I can't kill Lin Yi, there is no point in dealing with those minions. I'd better go find Yu Ziqing and see what this guy is up to. This young master has created such a good opportunity for him. If he still fails, then he really is a waste. Zheng Tianqing convinced himself to give up the idea, put away the jade bottle, and left the pavilion. Although there were northern guards everywhere, Zheng Tianqing did not care at all. When he walked on the street, he was Zheng Tianqing, a distinguished guest of the extreme North Island. The northern guards would not do anything to him. If Lin Yi saw Zheng Tianqing, he might have some doubts. But now Lin Yi had left the area and quickly rushed to the northern beach. After careful consideration just now, Lin Yi suddenly thought that if the sea beasts wanted to attack the extreme North Island, then the restriction against the sea beasts would definitely be the first thing to be broken. There was no doubt that the previous loosening of the restriction was done by the mastermind or his accomplice. Since the restriction could be loosened, then it was most likely that they could also make the restriction ineffective. It was just that they didn't have the time to do so. Today they had made such a big scene. Most likely, it was time to reveal the dagger. Thinking about this, Lin Yi estimated that the real goal of these guys should be to destroy the array base of the restriction formation of the extreme North Island. Usually, each city guard station had its own area to guard. Due to the continuous battles in the prosperous area, the northern garrison had been mobilized abnormally, which weakened the guards in many areas. It was the best time for them to take action. Lin Yi had asked Li Ziyu where the array base of the restriction formation of the extreme north island was. Li Ziyu did not hide it. He gave a rough explanation. Although he did not tell Lin Yi everything, there must be one on each beach. However, the array base on the beach was guarded by a team of the northern garrison, and it was protected by a formation above level 7. Usually, no one could get close, so Li Ziyu was not worried that it would be leaked. In fact, the people on the extreme north island basically knew about the array base on the beach. It was not a secret. Because of this, Lin Yi rushed to the northern beach in a hurry. If there was a place where the mastermind could easily destroy, it was definitely the array base on the northern beach. Why did the northern garrison station have an underground passage leading to the beach? Because the traitor had been planning to destroy the array base for a long time. Maybe it was not the array base that had loosened the restriction formation, but the first one to be destroyed must be the array base on the northern beach. Reality proved that his intuition was quite accurate. By the time he got to the northern beach, the North Guard squad that was stationed there had been 25 people, and they were all slaughtered. They didn't even have time to sound the alarm. The array base, which was usually protected by the concealment, defense, and attack formations, had been completely exposed. The level 7 formations were already broken, and the 3 of them were attacking the formation bases. If it weren't for the fact that these formations were passed down from the ancient times, they would have already succeeded by the time Lin Yi arrived. "Yu Ziqing, you're courting death," Lin Yi shouted. A lightning arc flashed, and he appeared behind the 3 people in an instant. In addition to Yu Ziqing and Aunt Lon, the other person was really a strong man in the form of a spiritual beast. Lin Yi's previous suspicion was right. There was something wrong with this guy. Yu Ziqing was a little scared when he heard Lin Yi's voice. He had finally broken the protective formation according to the instructions of the deep male voice. He had just started to attack the array base when Lin Yi, the god of plague, arrived. Now that his identity had been seen through by Lin Yi, if he could not successfully overthrow the extreme North Island, Night Moon City would definitely be regarded as a mortal enemy by the extreme Northly family. Wind Tiger, Aunt Lon, kill him. Don't let this guy call for help. Yu Ziqing screamed. He did not know whether he was afraid of Lin Yi or afraid that he would call for help to hinder the plan. Aunt Lon knew the seriousness of the matter. Without a word, she turned around and attacked Lin. The spiritual beast called Wind Tiger hesitated. After all, his main task was to destroy the array base, not to kill Lin. But when he thought about how he'd been chased by Lin Yi and how he'd exposed the underground tunnel, causing the spy in the North Guard station to be monitored, he couldn't help but get angry. If it weren't for this guy, with the help of the spy, this formation would have been easily destroyed. With this thought, Wind Tiger no longer refused Yu Ziqing. He roared and cooperated with Aunt Lon to deal with Lin. Yu Ziqing wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but he had no other choice. He could only brace himself and continue to attack the base of the ancient array. Unfortunately, his original infant stage strength was too weak, and he could not even shake the base of the ancient array. It would be an exaggeration to say that his destructive power was better than nothing. Lin Yi humphed coldly and pointed his finger. A few lightning bolts as thick as a bucket rained down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. No matter where you were in the extreme North Island, you would be able to see this scene clearly. Moreover, the power of these lightning bolts was a bit stronger than the mysterious ascending stage's thunder tribulation. It was more than enough to deal with an opponent of the mountain opening stage. Chapter 6006. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about destroying the formation's base, his 1,000 lightning explosions or lightning burial would have been more suited to end the battle quickly. Aunt Lon did not expect Lin Yi's attack to be so strange and amazing. She was caught off guard and was directly struck by the lightning. However, she did not die on the spot due to her strength. She just looked extremely embarrassed. It was estimated that she would be completely finished after a few more lightning strikes. As for Wind Tiger, his speed was really amazing. Lin Yi's sudden attack was able to avoid most of it at the last moment and only grazed the edge. He was much better than Aunt Lon. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you have done something you shouldn't have. Today, this will be your burial place. Lin Yi's cold voice sounded in their ears at the same time. Two 5 elements murderous auras struck at the vital points between their eyebrows. Aunt Lan was shocked. She knew that Lin Yi was very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Uncle O and Uncle Li. However, she had underestimated Lin. With this kind of strength, if she hadn't been on guard, she would have been instantly killed by Lin Yi. Now facing Lin Yi's attack, she could only use all her strength to defend, and couldn't find the time to counterattack. Wind Tiger's situation was slightly better. He created a strong whirlpool of wind in front of him and completely wrapped Lin Yi's murderous aura in it. It constantly tore and weakened its destructive power. Strictly speaking, the wind element could restrain Qi transformation martial arts skills. Therefore, Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous aura could not advance at all under Wind Tiger's defense. Instead, it gradually dissipated. However, Lin Yi did not care. In order to avoid being besieged like last time, he decided to kill Aunt Lan with all his strength. The thunder evasion could teleport Lin Yi to any place he wanted. The aftermath of the thick lightning arcs had not dissipated yet. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a fish in water. Aunt Lan was desperately resisting the frontal attack. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi appeared behind her. Another lightning arc pierced out with an extremely explosive momentum. At this moment, Aunt Lan had no defense at all. If she faced Lin Yi alone, she could only wait for death. Fortunately, she had a more reliable companion, the Wind Tiger. Although it was only a spirit beast, it clearly understood the concept of interdependence. It knew that if Lin Yi killed Aunt Lan, it would not have an easy time either. Previously, it was able to escape from Lin Yi's pursuit because Lin Yi did not use the thunder evasion. Now that it had seen Lin Yi's thunder evasion, the Wind Tiger no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Among all the evasion techniques in the world, the thunder evasion was worthy of being the king of speed. At the very least, based on its experience, there was no other martial arts skill that could surpass the thunder evasion. The Wind Tiger had the wind evasion, which was slightly inferior to the thunder evasion. It might not be enough to escape, but it was barely enough to save Aunt Lan at such a close distance. A wind shield suddenly appeared behind Aunt Lan, blocking the lightning arc for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, the Wind Tiger swept up Aunt Lan and escaped from Lin Yi's attack. At the same time, it released countless thin and thin shadowless wind blades, using offense as defense to cut off Lin Yi's path of pursuit. Lin Yi sneered. If the thunder evasion could be blocked so easily, could it still be called the #1 evasion technique in the world? A strange lightning arc twisted twice and went around the edge of the wind blades, catching up to the Wind Tiger and Aunt Lan in an instant. You like to fan yourself. Don't you know that I actually like to light a fire? Lin Yi said with a smile. He no longer attacked with the lightning attribute, but with the fire attribute. Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. With a whoosh, the fire chi in Lin Yi's palm borrowed the wind power from the Wind Tiger's body and exploded like a prairie fire. The sudden and light explosion sound was endless. The Wind Tiger did not expect Lin Yi to change his attack so quickly and strangely. Caught off guard, he was directly burned full of holes. Moreover, many of the holes were caused by his own origin energy. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Wind Tiger turned around and ran. If it was not for the fact that his spiritual beast body was extremely strong, he might have been killed. If he did not run now, he would be courting death. He knew that his wind evasion could not outrun Lin Yi's thunder evasion. However, as long as someone could resist for a few breaths of time, there was still a chance for them to escape successfully. As for the people to resist, it was obviously Aunt Lan and Yu Ziqing, his 2 close comrades. Previously, the Wind Tiger saved Aunt Lan in order to fight against Lin Yi. However, now that he realized that there was no hope of fighting against him, he instantly decided to abandon Aunt Lan. Not only that, he coldly pushed Aunt Lan towards Lin Yi to fight for a chance of survival for himself. As a spiritual beast, the strong preyed on the weak was their instinct. Moreover, when escaping, one of the rules was to be faster than their companions. The moment Aunt Lan left his hand, the Wind Tiger forcefully circulated his chi and performed the wind evasion with a strength that exceeded his limits. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped tens of meters away. Lin did not care about the wind tiger. He casually injured Aunt Lon and prepared to interrogate her. He then condensed a thick lightning arc and threw it directly at Yu Ziqing's back. This guy's attack didn't have much of an effect on the formation base, but Lin didn't dare to be careless. If something were to happen and he really did destroy the formation base, who knew if all the seals on the island would collapse? The lightning arc pierced through Yu Ziqing's back and nailed him to the beach. The heavily injured Aunt Lon let out a sad cry. However, there was nothing she could do about Yu Ziqing's death. Lin grabbed Aunt Lon from the ground and wanted to chase after the wind tiger. However, when he saw that a lot of the formation had been destroyed, he immediately hesitated. If someone else came and continued to destroy the formation while he was away, wouldn't it be bad? From the beginning of the battle to the wind tiger's escape and Yu Ziqing's death, less than half an incense stick's time had passed. Even if Lin Yi's lightning arcs, which were comparable to lightning tribulations, could attract the attention of Li Ziyu and the others, they would not be able to rush over to protect the formation in such a short amount of time. That damned wind tiger had obviously taken these factors into consideration. That was why it had escaped so decisively. It also knew that Lin would definitely wait for reinforcements to arrive before chasing after it. Before that, there were opportunities for it to escape. If Lin really started to chase after it, it would basically be dead meat. Lin wanted to use his divine sense to lock onto the wind tiger and then chase after it. However, after the wind tiger used the wind evasion, his divine sense could not lock onto it at all. In the blink of an eye, he had completely lost track of the wind tiger.